And we will open this meeting with a land acknowledgement. The land that Eureka rests on is known in the Wiyot language as Jirojiji. Past actions by local, state, and federal governments remove the Wiyot and other indigenous peoples from the land and threaten to destroy their cultural practices. The city of Eureka acknowledged the Wiyot community, their elders both past and present, as well as future generations. This acknowledgement demonstrates the city's commitment to dismantle the ongoing legacies of settler colonialism. And we had no closed session this evening, so we will have a roll call.
Councilmember Castellano?
Here.
Councilmember Moulton?
Here.
Councilmember Fernandez?
Here.
Councilmember Bauer?
Here.
Mayor Burgell?
Here. And would all who care to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice. Okay. And we will begin this meeting with our first proclamation, which is for Bike Month. Is there someone here to receive this proclamation? Come on up. Welcome. And then Councilmember Bauer will be reading that one.
All right. In recognition of Bike Month, Humboldt, May 2025. Whereas bicycle travel is an effective means to improve air quality, reduce traffic congestion and noise, reduce energy consumption, increase physical activity, and improve public health. And whereas bicycle commuting benefits both employees and employers through better employee health and fitness, reduced costs for commuting and auto parking, and increased employer well-being. And whereas the City of Eureka has completed the Eureka Waterfront Trail and Elk River Extension, and recently the North-South Multimodal Corridor Project, creating buffered bike lanes on H and I streets, which will continue to stimulate increased bicycle and other non-motorized use in the city. And whereas the City of Eureka actively seeks to improve the safety and connectivity of its bicycle network by planning for the Beta Zoo Trail, completing the Eureka Bike Plan, and implementing the city's complete street policy. And whereas the League of American Bicyclists has designated the City of Eureka as a bicycle-friendly community at the bronze level because the city exhibits a sustained commitment to cycling. And whereas the League of American Bicyclists has designated May as Bike Month nationally. And whereas National Bike to Work Week is May 12th through the 18th, 2025, and National Bike to Work Day is Friday, May 16th. And whereas the Bike Month Humboldt Coalition offers many events for bicycle riders of all ages to celebrate bicycling in May, such as the Ride 5 Bike Challenge or attending the family-friendly bicycle celebration at the Jefferson Community Center on Saturday, May 31st. Now, therefore, I, Scott Bauer, on behalf of Mayor Kim Burgell and the City of the Eureka City Council, do hereby proclaim May 2025 as Bike Month Humboldt in the city, to encourage all residents and visitors to ride a bicycle to meet as many of their transportation needs as possible, and to support and participate in these and other activities that contribute to the health of the community and the environment, and urges businesses to provide bike parking and other provisions to support bicycle use in the city, and encourages its residents and visitors to ride safely when bicycling in the city, and for motorists to be safe and respectful of cyclists sharing the roads of our city.
Would you like to say a few words?
Yeah.
Great. Oh, I think I can raise that up a minute. Oh, no, I can't.
You got it. It was going.
Thank you.
My thing isn't on.
Is it working? Okay, perfect. Awesome. Yeah, so thank you to the City of Eureka City Council. I accept the May's Bike Month proclamation on Thank you. On behalf on behalf of the Bike Month Humboldt Coalition, I've been supporting the Bike Month Humboldt Coalition and their plans for this year's iteration of Bike Month. So yeah, active transportation like biking and walking is vital to health, community connection, and environmental sustainability. It also fosters a deeper, more personal relationship with both the built and natural environments. And here in Humboldt, we're pretty fortunate to have the Humboldt Bay Trail, which offers a safe and beautiful route for people to walk, roll, and bike through, while slowing down to appreciate the beauty of where we live. And I'm personally excited about the upcoming completion of the Eureka Arcata Trail extension, which will make these active transportation goals more of a reality. And here, specifically in Eureka, you feel that deeper relationship with the built environment. When you walk or bike through Old Town, you're not just passing through. You slow down, you take in an area that was built for the human scale. You notice the history and the architecture, the vibrancy of the local businesses, and the feeling of community around you. It's a reminder that our cities thrive when they're designed at a human scale, where people and other modes of transport, not just cars, come first. And biking allows us to reimagine how we view transportation and connect to each other and to the places we call home. For this iteration of Bike Month, you can check out all the great group rides and events we have by going to bikemonthhumboldt.org. And some upcoming events include the Arcata Kids Bike Rodeo at Fuente Nueva Charter School this Saturday, a pancake ride to Blue Lake on Sunday, and a bike safety audit here in Eureka next Wednesday, the 14th. And that's hosted by CRTP. There's no bike required for that ride. We also have a bike celebration, as was mentioned, on May 31st at the Jefferson Community Center and Park from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., which will include everything from speeches to free helmets and fittings for youth ages 7-14, Los Quilos food truck, really great food truck, bike-powered smoothie machine, live music, and much, much more. Also, as you mentioned, the Bike Month Humboldt challenge is underway, and you can still participate through the month of May, and you can sign up for that at bikemonthhumboldt.org. So yeah, I encourage everyone to participate in these great community events. And again, please check our website for all the details at bikemonthhumboldt.org. I hope to see everyone and all of you there. Thank you.
Great. Thanks for being here. Okay, our next proclamation I'll be reading, this is a very special topic to me. It's Maternal Mental Health Proclamation. Is Sarah here? I'm here. Come on up. Welcome. You're welcome. City of Eureka Proclamation in recognition of Maternal Mental Health Month. Whereas approximately 38% of babies born in Humboldt County each year reside in the Eureka area, making the health of mothers and their families of high priority to the City of Eureka. And whereas maternal health, specifically during the perinatal period before, during, and after pregnancy, is a time of vulnerability for at least 20% of new and expectant mothers that experience a perinatal mood and anxiety disorder such as depression, obsessive-compulsive disorder, anxiety, and psychosis. And whereas occurrences of maternal suicide are significantly elevated in the perinatal period, with maternal suicides accounting for up to 20% of all postpartum deaths in the United States. And whereas both mothers and fathers may experience mental health symptoms that often go unrecognized and untreated due to the unfair stigma associated with mental health conditions. And whereas many at-risk families may not seek help because they are not informed about perinatal mood and anxiety disorders as part of their health care due to lack of knowledge of screening tools, treatments, and community support services. And whereas BIPOC parents, teenage parents, families having socioeconomic challenges, and military families are up to 4 times more likely to experience a perinatal mood and anxiety disorder, and by collectively supporting maternal mental health, we can help improve the availability and access to effective treatment, prevention, and support services, ensuring better and more equitable outcomes for all. And whereas the City of Eureka encourages collaboration with local and national coalitions, organizations, and agencies to facilitate increased awareness and education about maternal mental health, including the availability of 24/7 help through the National Maternal Mental Health Hotline at 1-833-TLC-MAMA. Now therefore, I, Mayor Kim Burgell, on behalf of the Eureka City Council, do hereby proclaim May 2025 as Mental Health Month and recognize the importance of acknowledging this important health issue impacting families.
Thanks so much, Mayor Burgell, and thank you, City Council members. It's really meaningful to get this kind of a public proclamation for this kind of public health event, especially around mental health, which is one of the few areas where just talking about it truly can make a difference. And also especially in Humboldt County, where our rate of postpartum depression and anxiety disorders is higher than the state's rate. I'm really hopeful that this proclamation will help start some conversations throughout Humboldt County, and in particular, will encourage folks to start conversations about mental health with the new families in their lives and make this something that we're all a lot more comfortable talking about. So thank you.
Thanks for being here, Sarah. Okay, and our next proclamation is for Older Americans Month, and Councilmember Moulton will be reading that one.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there someone here to receive this? Hi. Oh, good. Hello.
Welcome.
City of Eureka Proclamation in recognition of Older Americans Month, May 2025. Whereas it is time to flip the script on aging by transforming how society perceives, discusses, and approaches aging, challenging outdated stereotypes, dispelling misconceptions, and embracing the opportunities for purpose, exploration, connection, and continued engagement that aging brings. And whereas the Area 1 Agency on Aging brings more than $3 million in state and federal funding to the Humboldt and Del Norte counties to support programs and services that promote independence, health, security, and choice for older adults and their families. And whereas these services include, with the support of the City of Eureka, the Volunteer Driver Program, whose 30 volunteers have, since July 2024, dedicated over 860 hours to providing 786 rides to older, disabled, or low-income individuals, averaging 76 years of age, over a total distance of 14,795 miles. Equivalent to nearly 59% of the Earth's circumference, and with over 48% of riders residing in the Eureka area. And whereas the City of Eureka also supports North Coast Home Share, which annually conducts direct mail campaigns to nearly 5,000 Eureka residents, leading to increased engagement and resulting in an average of 12 home sharing matches per year. Since February 2020, North Coast Home Share has facilitated 71 matches, with the average guest paying $464 a month. Of those matches, 54% are Eureka residents, with hosts averaging 74 years of age, the oldest being 100. Guests averaging 59 years, the youngest being 31, and guests having an average annual income of $18,000. And whereas potential reductions in federal or state funding would jeopardize the health, safety, and independence of those served, putting them at increased risk of injury, hospitalization, isolation, institutionalization, and homelessness, outcomes that run counter to the spirit of flipping the script on aging. Now, therefore, I, Katie Moulton, on behalf of Mayor Kim Burgell and the Eureka City Council, do hereby proclaim that the City Council of the City of Eureka recognizes May 2025 to be Older Americans Month and calls upon the community to honor and uplift older adults, advocate for their needs, and join in celebrating this year's theme, Flipping the Script.
Yikes. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to receive this proclamation and to represent the Area Agency on Aging here tonight. I'm only going to say a few words because you get to hear from us later. But I want to recognize in this, the programs we run are so dependent on wonderful, wonderful staff that we have in our organization, and also tons of volunteers. Those volunteer rides, I mean, I keep thinking we need a sexier name for the volunteer driver program, but it really says exactly what it is, which is volunteers driving. And without volunteers, we can't get anywhere. And we can literally give rides anywhere in the county where we have volunteers to give rides. So that is something that as people look at what's happening in our society right now and government cuts and different things, step up, be a volunteer, help your community. It's one of the easiest things that you can do. And as somebody who has given rides, I have to tell you, it's fun. It's really fun. So thank you again. We are concerned, obviously, about what's happening at the federal level and especially the state level to see what will be happening with services. But we're dedicated to remain doing the work we do, and the home share program and the volunteer driver program especially. And just want to thank you for this honor. Thanks.
Thank you, Maggie. And with that, we'll move on to presentations. Our first presentation this evening is a Caltrans presentation on upcoming Complete Streets projects on South Broadway with Jeff Pimentel, project manager for Caltrans. Yeah, he's on Zoom, so.
We're giving him permissions now.
Thank you.
All right, there we go. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, welcome.
All right, thanks for having me. All right, so I've got some slides here to share. Let me see if I can successfully do that. Can you guys see slides on your end?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't have my microphone on.
All right, now did the slides go full screen for you?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so get going here. So thanks for having me. Again, my name is Jeff Pimentel. I'm a project manager for Caltrans here in District 1 and project manager for the South Broadway Complete Streets project. It's very timely that we're bringing this update to you here in May, being that it's Bike Month, and this project is largely, is essentially the Complete Streets project, but a big component of it is a Class 4 bikeway throughout the project limits. So that is a very nice feature considering it being Bike Month. Just wanted to come in and give you guys a little background on the project. Just go over a brief purpose and need of the project. Every project within our department in Caltrans has a very specific purpose and need that drives the scope of the project and the issues and safety issues that we're often trying to solve with the projects such as this one. Get into a brief project description, review the proposed improvements that we'll be making. I'll show various spot locations with layouts to give you guys a picture of what things will look like, and then also just cover a quick cost and schedule for the construction of the project. So back in 2021, through a partnership with City of Eureka, Humboldt County Association of Governments, and Caltrans, the Eureka Broadway Multimodal Corridor Plan was developed, really focused on looking at enhancing multimodal connectivity, safety, congestion, and creating a sense of place within the city. So this South Broadway Complete Streets project is one project that in essence has fallen out of that effort, which is great to see. Project purpose is to increase pedestrian and bicyclist safety, connectivity, and level of comfort, and to improve accessibility and on-time performance of the transit facility. In terms of the project need, Broadway serves as a main street through the city of Eureka and is one of the busiest corridors in District 1. Traffic volumes, number of lanes, and speed all discourage bicycle and pedestrian use along Broadway. There is a lack of bicycle facilities. Distances between marked crossings is significant, and there are often transit delays due to merging challenges within the corridor. And then lastly, surrounding residential communities are discouraged from using active transportation to access destinations on Broadway due to the reasons I've mentioned above. In terms of the improvements the project proposes and will make this calendar year, there will be a Class 4 bikeway. Class 4 bikeway is essentially a bike lane that has some sort of a vertical separation between the travel lanes and the bike lane itself. You'll see a picture here on the slide. Those are called a K71 delineator, which we are hoping to be able to use within the project. We do have, being that this was actually the first project statewide, a pure complete streets project, I would say that our project got a little ahead of standards being set for various types of products on these types of projects. So at the time we completed the project, Caltrans actually does not approve the use of these types of delineators on state highways. You've often seen a lot of them. I see they're all over Sacramento. I recently saw them in Austin, Texas, and other metropolitan areas and downtown districts. They're more of an aesthetic delineator as opposed to more of a construction type delineator. So we are making some good progress and headway, and I'm optimistic that we will be able to utilize the ones that you're seeing in the picture. They will not be that color, they will be white. But in the 40-mile-an-hour speed zones and below, we plan and hope to use the delineator you see in the picture. Along with, in the picture, you see a striped out buffered area. In our project, that width is going to be 3 feet. So you'll have a 5-foot bike lane, a 3-foot buffer area with the vertical delineator, the K71 in that area. Again, in just the 40-mile-an-hour zone and less. And then you'll have the travel lane on the opposite side of that. There will be in the 45 and 55-mile-an-hour zones, as these improvements will extend all the way to the Herrick Avenue overcrossing. There is a high-speed delineator that will look a little bit different, a little bit narrower, and a little bit taller, a little bit less width and diameter, and a little taller than these. But we still will have a delineator through the Herrick Avenue overcrossing to that southern limit. At all driveways, intersections, we will have enhanced bike and pedestrian intersection markings, really to communicate to the driver as well as our non-motorized users where to look out for those our most vulnerable users, cyclists and pedestrians, and also to communicate to those users where they should be traversing along the corridor. We'll be reducing the travel lane widths from 12 feet to 11 feet. That should provide a moderate traffic calming effect as well. And there'll be a new traffic signal at Hillthicker Lane, so that will present an additional, that'll present an additional crossing opportunity for pedestrians and cyclists. I did already mention the crossing markings at driveways when I mentioned the enhanced bike and pedestrian markings. And I will show pictures of these and what they'll look like here in a moment. We also partnered with Humboldt Transit Authority to identify some new bus stop locations and formal bus pullouts, and I'll show those to you in a moment. We'll have new traffic lighting along the corridor, and we'll be installing pedestrian handrails along the Herrick Avenue overcrossing on top of the structure. I'll just quickly spin through some of the project layouts and give everyone a little visual of the improvements we just went through. This is the southern limits of the job at the Herrick Avenue overcrossing. There will be a Class 4 bikeway along Herrick Avenue between the two on and off ramp intersections. You see the green hashed markings at the intersection there on your screen. Those are essentially the types of markings that will be placed at all intersections, as well as driveways that enter along Broadway. Again, that is where our cyclists should be traversing those areas and brings more awareness to those users and those locations to our motorized users. You'll see we have the Class 4 bikeway extending up onto the off-ramp at the Herrick Avenue overcrossing as well. Switching over to the other side of the overcrossing, you'll see similar features. And this Class 4 bikeway will extend and be installed all the way from this southern limit at the Herrick Avenue overcrossing and continue north to the South Bayshore Mall entrance where the project terminates. I'll be skipping around a little bit here to show some key locations. So this is the intersection with the old Papa and Barkley, also formerly the Kmart there in Eureka. You'll see the green markings at all legs of the intersection for our cyclist crossings, and then the white hash marks or piano keys that is delineated for our pedestrian crossings. So a lot of enhanced markings at the intersections really to communicate where the various non-motorized users should be traversing each leg, and also communicating to the driver where to look out for those users. You'll also see the right turn pocket turning into that property, as well as exiting that property, is being eliminated and being replaced with an of sorts there where we'll have street trees installed. There are a number of street trees being installed throughout the corridor, so that'll bring a nice aesthetic element to this corridor as well. Continuing on, this is just showing typical section throughout the corridor for the most part, in between intersections where I mentioned we're going to be decreasing the lane width from 12 feet to 11. So you'll see all 4 lanes, 2 in each direction, are now 11. The center turn lane or two-way left turn lane will remain at 12 feet. We'll have the 3-foot buffered stripe areas with the vertical delineators on each side of the roadway, and then ultimately the 5-foot bike lane, and then the sidewalks. Continuing on, this is here just adjacent to the Lithia dealership. Again, you'll see driveways there with the green hash markings for cyclists, and then continuation of those buffered stripings with the openings for the driveways. Again, you have street trees in a lot of locations, as you see here. Continuing on, this is the Pearson and Tetrault tire intersection. Here we have 2 new bus stops, formal bus stops, where the buses will actually pull out of the traveled way of through traffic lanes, one in the southbound, one in the northbound direction. And this is the Hilfiker Lane location. There'll be a new traffic signal here. Again, all the enhanced markings. You also see a continuation of street trees, the Class 4 bikeway. And moving on, much of the same. Down to McCullen Avenue. Again, similar improvements. And just a quick note before I go on to cost and schedule in terms of traffic control, because that's always a hot button topic for the community. Most of the improvements that will require a single lane closure will all be performed at night. It's our mandate within the department for the volume of traffic we have on this particular route that we only go down to a single lane of traffic in each direction at night, and that we remain with 2 lanes of traffic in each direction during the day. So there will be likely some shifts in traffic from one side of the roadway to the other. So we ask everyone to be patient as the construction takes place, but we do expect, since there is minor concrete work on this project and mostly striping, that we expect this project to go fairly quick. We do expect it to be completed before the end of the calendar year, but we do appreciate everyone's patience as our contractor and construction staff are out there implementing it. So please adhere to the reduced speed limit throughout the project limits. Finally, on to cost and schedule. The total capital cost to construct the project, and I just do want to preface that does not include our support cost to design and develop the project. just to make that distinction, but the construction is about 12 million. We started just the end of last month in April, and we plan to be complete before the end of the calendar year in December. With that, I can take any questions anyone has.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from council? Councilmember Moulton.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for that informative presentation. I did have a few questions come up. Why a light at Hillficker? I'm curious because that's I can't imagine there's a lot of people turning right there, and it's a block from the light at McCullens.
Yeah, so we were trying to find additional crossing opportunities for pedestrians and cyclists. And in addition, we do have a collision history at that location and difficulty with vehicles exiting that Hillficker leg of the intersection getting onto Broadway. So the collection of those two, I guess, data points, we're installing the traffic signal there.
Okay. Would you like reduce collisions? I have others. Do you have something?
You can ask your questions. And
Okay.
I'll get to you.
Thank you. Oh, you answered that one. The pedestrian crossing the Piano Keys in front of the Kmart, would that have any kind of lights or any other marking, or it would just be on the road?
Well, we are
Oh,
installing.
there is a light there. There's already a light there. Sorry.
Oh, you mean light as in traffic light?
Yeah. I was
Okay.
I was just trying to figure out why you were encouraging people to cross the freeway without a light, but there is a light. My
Yeah,
bad.
there is there's a signal there.
And then what is a mountable median?
So mountable median, because emergency services utilizes the two-way left turn lane to respond to incidents, especially when we have high traffic volumes on Broadway, they often jump into the two-way left turn lane to make their calls and head to their destination. So mountable is essentially not a vertical faced curb on the median and is what's called a rolled curb. So an emergency vehicle would be able to mount and drive, in essence, on top of that median, partially in the road, on the median, if that makes sense, I guess. It's more of a called the rolled curb. Vehicles can just mount the median without a vertical face to the curb.
That does totally make sense. Thank you. That's all my
Yeah.
questions.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yeah, I was just curious, going back to the aforementioned new light over there at Hillficker. You had said, I think, Councilmember Moulton, that there's already one over there by McCullough. So has it been taken into consideration then about just adjusting the timing of the light that's already there rather than putting in a newer one?
Well, that will be definitely something that our traffic operations group will do, is they will assess the timing with the new light installed to be sure that they are working in cooperation with each other. The other element of what the department has been working on and is getting closer is a signal interconnect that we've been installing throughout the city along 101 that will eventually connect into our district office, into a traffic management center, which will allow us to more intelligently coordinate the signals within the city. So we'll definitely coordinate the signals between, with the new one and all of the signals in the corridor to be sure they're working well together and the timing's appropriate. That answers your question.
Yeah.
Any further questions? So I was curious, I saw the lanes were 11 feet. Were they taken down from what they are now, or are they remaining the same?
They're 12 today, so
They are going
we're
to be going down.
reducing them by a foot
Okay,
for each of them.
great. And then the other thing, back to Hillficker. So what I heard you say, and I just want to clarify, were there a lot of collisions there? Were there fatalities there? Is that one of the reasons the consideration for the light was there?
I'm not certain on the types of collisions we have. I mean, we obviously have that data. I don't have it in front of me. I do know that that it can be a challenge to exit Hillficker at that location. But more than anything also is finding additional crossing opportunities for pedestrians and cyclists.
Okay. Because aren't there certain warrants that you have to make something like that happen? You can't just put a light wherever you want. Is that
Yeah,
right?
no, I mean, that light definitely went through various protocols to be approved and installed or proposed to be installed at that location. So yeah, that does all go through our traffic operations group when considering a new light at an intersection.
Great. Okay, thank you. And thank you for the trees, finally, after years and years
Yeah,
and years.
no, it should be a nice little aesthetic element for sure.
Anything further, Councilmember Fernandez?
Yeah, I'm curious. Were there ever any considerations given to a pedestrian bridge going across portions of Broadway?
No,
No?
I'd say that would be, at least for this program where we're funding this project, would have been cost prohibitive. So that was not something that we looked at in terms of a bridge.
Are you able to provide a ballpark then of what that might cost if it's cost prohibitive?
I mean, it would really depend on where you're talking. I mean, I would say in the millions of dollars for a feature of that nature. But yeah, that's a hard question to answer without having specifics about exactly where that might occur. There's not only the construction of a feature like that, but a lot of properties butt up to the back of the sidewalks along Broadway, so you could potentially have a lot of right-of-way impacts. Yeah, there's probably a lot of considerations that make it difficult to just throw out a number on that.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. Great presentation.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Thank you, guys. That's great. Okay, so moving on to our next presentation. So excited to have Cal Poly Humboldt student presentation on senior capstone project planning for the future of the Bayshore Mall. And we have Director Kenyon who's going to open that up for us.
Yes, good evening, Council. I'm also really excited for this. This is the third year the city's been asked by our Professor Lori Richmond to be a client for her senior capstone planning class. And here are the students, and they were going to be presenting. And here's the clicker.
Welcome, students.
That goes forward and backward. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Hello. Sorry. Hello. We are students from Cal Poly Humboldt for the Environmental Science Management Planning and Policy Capstone. My name is Loria Post.
Idea Redondo.
CJ Paulson.
And I'm Jasmine Ibarra.
This semester, we worked with Kristen Kenyon, the Development Services Director, in order to develop a document that would educate future developers of the Bayshore Mall about the Bayshore Mall site, as well as recommendations about potential developments. Next slide. A little overview today, we're going to be talking about our methods of data collection and information gathering. Then we will be discussing our purpose of this project, and then we will dive into the sites analysis, which includes ownership and zoning, transportation conditions, hazard and mitigation, as well as Eureka values and perspectives. Then we will discuss the results of our survey conducted with Los Coast Outposts, and finally, we will provide our recommendations.
So for our methods, our approach was designed to be rooted in local policy, guided by best practices, and shaped by community perspectives. Our goal was to ensure that any proposed recommendations were not only feasible, but reflective of Eureka's identity and long-term objectives. We first started by looking at site objectives. We looked at accessibility for travel to the mall, impacts of hazards on future development feasibility. We then looked at current visitation rates of the mall as well. The next points we looked at were the case studies. In these case studies, we reviewed best practices to serve as guidelines for our recommendations. We aren't the only mall that is currently struggling to keep their doors open, so we put that into consideration when doing our case study review. We then looked at Eureka values to ensure that our recommendations aligned with community vision. We evaluated the values that were outlined in the general plan, as well as some of the land use infrastructure goals, as well as aspects of the economic strategic plan. Lastly, we looked at public perspective. We engaged with the community by conducting a poll in collaboration with the Lost Coast Outpost.
So, for our purpose and a bit of a background, the Bayshore Mall is currently struggling. About 17 out of 55 storefronts are active right now, and the rest are empty. The mall could be a lot better, and we want this place to reflect the city of Eureka values and the prosperity that this place can have. And so we want our opportunities with our purpose, we are hoping to provide you with opportunities for reinvigoration and how the mall can be better and how to improve this mall to make it reflective of both values and of desires.
So under the Coastal Zoning Code, parcels here at the Bayshore Mall are categorized as a planned shopping center commercial district. However, currently the city of Eureka is updating coastal zone to be categorized as the general commercial area, which would allow for multifamily residential as well as commercial. But we really wanted to make this known for future developers of the area to know that. So the map to the right shows green parcels, or the parcels of the Bayshore Mall. The green parcels show tidelands that are behind the mall. The blue parcel shows the Eureka Waterfront Trail, and the purple shows the mall-owned wetland mitigation that was to make up for the wetland loss during construction of the mall. And then the orangish yellow there is the Bayshore Mall site itself.
So we thought it was really important to talk about the transportation context of the area, because transportation is how we get to the mall and how we utilize the mall. And part of that is cars and parking. There are over 3,000 parking stalls available on site. They're free to the public. It is an extreme amount of parking. We do not need that much parking. And there are also wide and easily accessible car driving lanes, which provide easy access for cars and showcase that this site is very car dependent.
We then looked at public transit connections. Humboldt Transit Authority has fixed routes under the Eureka Transit Service. The stop at the Bayshore Mall is actually categorized as a major transit stop, as it is one of the most used stops in Humboldt County.
The Bayshore Mall also has pedestrian and biking infrastructure. For biking infrastructure, there is currently only 6 locations on site where you can park your bicycle, and half of those are very unsecured locations and are oftentimes out of the way and not very accessible to bicyclists, and make it's not a place where you want to lock up your bike. And for pedestrian infrastructure, most of it is on the western side of the mall, where we have very wide pedestrian pathways, which make it really accessible for people walking, which is a benefit.
And the last element that we looked at for transportation was the aforementioned Caltrans Broadway multimodal plan. With this plan, this plan hopes to have more additional right-of-ways for multimodal facilities along Broadway. For our purposes, we're looking at the middle segment, as it does encompass the Bayshore Mall project area.
As we explored revitalization of the Bayshore Mall, we also aim to evaluate all of the risks and mitigation measures involved so that we can contribute to a safer and more prepared city. The Bayshore Mall is located in a tsunami hazard zone due to the 2 tectonic plates merging, which create earthquakes, which create tsunamis. These surges of water may not retreat for several days in the event of a tsunami, and the waves following the initial one can actually be more harmful than the original one. So adequate preparedness in the event of a tsunami is very crucial to staying safe. The mall is also located in a coastal low-lying zone, which makes it prone to flooding. Intense rainstorms and rising coastal waters can cause significant accumulation of water that can take anywhere up from hours to days to recede. Flooding occurs where absorption is minimal, and this includes parking lots or paved areas like we see at the Bayshore Mall. And flooding can cause significant damage to infrastructure and can cause harm to unknowing community members. It also reduces access to any inundated areas, and like I said, it can cause further extensive damage if it's not addressed properly.
Another environmental issue that we had discovered was liquefaction, which is triggered by a seismic event such as an earthquake. The city of Eureka is seismically active zone, increasing liquefaction risk. The coastal position means the soil is typically well saturated with water. Buildings can sink into the ground or topple over without a solid foundation, and can also cause a horizontal sliding, create fractures in the ground, or cause the ground to collapse through a process. And another environmental hazard was sea level rise, which is predicted to continue due to human influence, the wet season, and high king tides. The lack of natural shoreline reduces the shore's ability to naturally deter and mitigate the impacts of rising sea levels. It increases the risk of erosion, which further reduces defense. Due to the Bayshore Mall's location, the area is at risk of inundation due to rising sea levels, which is exacerbated during tidal events. We discuss this further in our document and investigate the mitigations for these environmental hazards. And values and perspectives. These values and perspectives were chosen because they reflect the community's informed goals, cultural identity, economic priorities, and long-term planning visions to guide thoughtful and local grounded development. Values we had identified through the general 2040 general plan of the cities was efficient land use, mobility and connectivity, environmental preservation, arts, and healthcare. Other documents we had looked over through the City of Eureka's values, planning and development, were the Economic Development Strategic Plan, Strategic Arts Plan, and through community research. A outlet that we used was the Lost Coast Outpost Survey, which is a news source here in Humboldt County, which is highly used. And there was 8 options in the survey, and the top 2 was 21% for housing, 45% for entertainment and recreation, and a total of over 3,000 Humboldt County residents voted.
Based upon our research and the results from the poll, we developed a list of recommendations which we separated into these categories, including housing, entertainment and recreation, trail connectivity, hazard mitigation, facilities, and renewable energy. The Bayshore Mall has the very unique opportunity to turn into a multifunctional location that caters to many aspects of the community, while also contributing to the city's regional housing needs allocation, which requires roughly 900 net new units between the years of 2019 and 2027. Pictured here on the right are box cubes. These are individual housing units that typically just contain 1 bedroom, but are a part of a smaller community that offer amenities including laundry, kitchen, and bathroom services. These are meant to be operating on 1-year leases and are meant to help residents establish rental history. They're also very mobile and could take up very wide open spaces, such as unused parking lots. We also investigated within unit housing, which usually makes use of abandoned storefronts and transforms them into smaller apartments. This is common in places like New Jersey, where they have transformed an old mall in the past to accommodate for these transformations. We also looked into upper apartments, which are visualized on the bottom left corner. These make use of existing structures and just build upon that structure in order to add new assets to the community, pictured here as apartments. Issues may arise when trying to conform to new building codes and making sure that everything is up to date with new safety standards.
Transforming a portion of the Bayshore's mall into an entertainment hub offers a valuable opportunity to create a year-round destination for families and residents of all ages. Given Eureka's frequent rain or foggy weather, having an indoor space dedicated to recreation provides a reliable and comfortable setting for social connection regardless of the season. We discovered that the Boulevard in Bakersfield, California includes arcades, bowling alleys, food courts, or event spaces that support local entrepreneurs and larger operations, drawing visitors from across Humboldt County. A limitation, which is past efforts to launch entertainment-based businesses within the Bayshore Mall, illustrates the risk associated with the strategy. For example, an indoor inflatable play business and retro-style arcade operated for a time but eventually closed due to low foot traffic and shifting consumer habits. Another entertainment was the West Olympia Timberland Library, located in Olympia, Washington. They introduced and further strengthened its role as a community gathering place and has successfully expanded into the Capitol's mall, helping increase foot traffic and better connect the library services with everyday community life. The Worthington Shopping Place Mall in Worthington, Ohio, they had introduced a farmers market and crafts at their mall, which helped create a vibrant community-oriented space that supports local agriculture, small businesses, and food accessibility. Constraints would be that Eureka and surrounding communities, including Arcata, McKinleyville, and Fortuna, also host regular farmers markets and seasonal night markets, many of which have well-established vendors and customer bases. As a result, new events must consider potential competition and focus on the themes or underserved time slots.
We then looked at trail connectivity as another recommendation. Integrating the mall with the trail provides an opportunity to provide more recreational as well as economic opportunities without the need for a car-centered environment. The image on the right shows the only access point to the waterfront trail. This entrance is behind the Bayshore Mall, right near the entrance to the Planet Fitness. This entrance alone could use some improvement and enhancements. If you go to the next slide. So we then looked at these potential connections to the trail that were listed in the Broadway Multimodal Corridor Plan. The image on the left is a locator map of the middle segment plan in relation to the Bayshore Mall. This proposed southern couplet plan also reflects possible connections to the waterfront trail north and south of the mall. The yellow circled area shows a Class 1 connection. This connection allows for pathways for pedestrians and bicyclists that are separated from the street and highway. The image on the right shows a Class 2 connection along Truesdale Street, just south of the Bayshore Mall. A Class 2 connection is an on-road separated bike lane with a physical separation from the bicycle lane and vehicle travel lane. A constraint with these plans would be that the construction of the southern couplet could affect current habitat areas west of Broadway, specifically Palco and Morrow Marsh.
We also recommend hazard mitigation efforts, including salt marsh restoration and the inclusion of bioswales around the site. Salt marsh restoration could reconnect the surrounding marshlands around the northern area of the Bayshore Mall and would also help cultivate native species while also naturally armoring the shoreline against some of the hazards that we mentioned earlier, including sea level rise most notably. This is a long-term solution that would require a lot of monitoring and care, but is very viable, and we liked it a lot. We also discussed bioswales, which are vegetated channels that you typically build in parking lots that help replenish groundwater reserves and also help filter out pollutants. While the groundwater table in this area is quite high, the bioswales might not be able to hold too much water, but we felt this was a very feasible option as it makes use of these parking lots and should be taken into consideration.
Our last two recommendations are office facilities and renewable energy. For office facilities, these could be either business offices for local businesses, or they could also be medical offices. One example of medical offices being used in a mall was the Vanderbilt University Medical Center, which partnered with a mall in Tennessee in order to provide medical services throughout their community. And this has a constraint of maybe not being the best idea because it is currently, the Bayshore Mall is located in a tsunami hazard zone. So having a hospital in the area may not be the best, but medical offices may be potentially a good idea for the area. And then for renewable energy, we were thinking of potentially having a solar microgrid either on top of the mall or in the giant parking lots available at the mall. This could help reduce the carbon impact of energy usage at the site and could potentially help with dealing with potential blackouts in the future. A local example is Blue Lake Rancheria with their solar microgrid. They have been very successful in using the microgrid in emergencies when power outages have happened. A constraint to this is that it may not be feasible to put them on top of the mall, as we do not currently know the status of how well that roof will hold a microgrid. And our next steps is we are providing you this document. We have 67 long pages with a whole bunch more information about all of this, and we would love for you to read it in the future. It is available on your website for the Planning Library. And attached is a QR code, so you can look at it on your website, or you can also ask us a whole bunch of questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's so good. Okay. Do we have any questions from council? Councilmember Moulton?
Not a question so much as a comment. First of all, thank you so much for all of your thoughtful work. I know that malls are deteriorating as our culture changes and as the way people consume changes. And seeing all the different kinds of possibilities that could be over there laid out so clearly. I hope this is very useful for whatever happens at the mall in the future. And thank you for being a part of that.
Councilmember Castellano?
Yeah, thank you for your report. Did you reach out to the property company that owns the mall by any chance, or have any interaction with them?
We did reach out to them. We did not receive much comment. They were a little hard to get a hold of, so we pretty much conducted this independently and did the best that we could to fill in the blanks.
Great, thank you. Yeah, not entirely surprising. I just want to make sure the public knows that the city does not own the mall, and so and from a planning perspective, documents like this are really useful because they do help lay really critical groundwork for hopefully what could happen, or future development. We can't just go in and start doing this, though. I believe the northern parking lot of the mall is owned by the city. Is that correct? Yes.
Yes. So the northern parking lot it is owned by the city, but is leased to the mall until 2047, I believe.
So any restoration efforts that we recommended, more specifically the salt marsh restoration, would have to occur after that fact. So we were just hoping that we could keep it in mind in the future.
Great. Thank you. Thank you.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yeah, as Councilmember Moulton pointed out, malls are deteriorating, culture's changing. With everything that you looked into this, were you able to determine any sort of common struggles from the loss of these anchor stores, like what may have caused it, or yeah?
One of the major losses was obviously COVID. We lost a lot of stores due to that, but in the before times, I think it was just really hard to build it as a community area, and I know there were a lot of really big stores that had shut down, and we replaced them and then we lost them again. I think it was just the natural progression of our community values that caused the eventual decline, so we're hoping to return it to a beneficial space for the community that can be used as a third space in the future.
Sorry, it looked like you were about to say something, so that's why I paused for a moment. Okay. Not putting you on the spot. No, I really like it because it's a very practical solution. Of course, I worry about the feasibility because, I think as it's been pointed out, we don't own the property. Hell, we've even leased the property that we do own until 2047. And so, not your fault, city manager. Just gesturing. And what you highlighted that's already been done in Washington, or at least those few sites, I've seen at the Eastmont Mall, or at least the former Eastmont Mall in Oakland. And so what they have there are concentrated public services through Health and Human Services. And so was there anything like that taken into consideration? Like basically, I guess, who is it that partnered in these attempts to make these type of things happen? Are you familiar with that? Could you give us an idea?
While doing other research on different malls, I noticed that it was the people who got a lot of it started. Or again, a lot of the time, these malls are not owned by the city. It's more of a community standpoint and being able to grow or put in a lot of effort in, especially like the mall in Ohio, how they did the farmers markets. That started with local member and they've had it for years. But because again, COVID, they then took a pause and then started again once restrictions were lifted. But again, it starts with the people and the community more. But the city did back up these other examples that
Right. And so I guess my interpretation of what you're saying is like, well, while this council can help facilitate that process, the folks, if they want to have it, are the ones behind you and even out there. So, okay. No, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Bauer?
It's a great senior project. I hope you get an A. Is your teacher here? I'm gonna give him an A. Has any mall looked at like a big building, say Sears sized, for like an indoor arena for, some kind of indoor sports? Is that possible?
Okay. I don't know if people have looked at like specifically arenas, but I do know some like storefronts have been turned into like go-kart racing things. Okay. So that might be similar, but that's not exactly the same.
There are a lot of malls who have done that, but again, because of low foot traffic, there are limitations. There's some have been successful, but again, it's more in the document. You could read it. Yeah.
I will.
Yeah, ice rink.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But I wasn't within the facility.
Would you be willing to come up to the mic to say that? Thank you. That way everybody can hear you.
I'm a hockey player, so I'm giving this. But there was the Seattle Mall that in their area, in partnership with the NHL team, did a series of community rinks in that space. So I think that recreational opportunities like that could be really interesting possibilities, or like a roller rink, or an arena, something like that.
That's also in our document.
Thank you. Good
Saucy,
job.
I like it. Anything further? I have just one question. When you were talking about 3,000 parking spaces, were you including the North 40? The lot that's out the...
Oh, besides the city-owned lot?
Yeah.
That it's over 3,000 parking stalls, and it is including? Okay. It is including those extra 40 spots.
Okay.
But it's still over 3,000, which is kind of insane.
Yeah. That may be a parking problem. Thank you so much. That was a great presentation, very thorough, and we appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
That was so good. So with that, we will move on to our next presentation, Area 1 on Aging presentation with Maggie Kraft. Come on up. And again, we welcome you.
Thank you. Again, I feel welcomed. Thanks. So we wanted to report back to you a little bit on the work we've been doing in the volunteer driver program and also with our home share program. And you got some of the nuts or some stats there in the presentation, but I wanted to share a little bit more with you. And this should go fairly quickly. And you have the slideshow to refer to in your archives or wherever you look at things. So, I'm in charge of this, aren't I? That's okay. So some data, and some of this was shared. These are just give you a background of, whoops, let me go back here. Okay. Background of who we're serving. Active clients, that's 792 people that could call us at almost any moment. We're not serving them every week, every day, but they're in our system so they can call for rides at any moment, which hopefully they won't all do. This shows active volunteers at 18. It's a little higher than that, but this is roughly, these numbers are from a different time period than the numbers you got. These are from 23-24, and the numbers you got there were from only the last 6 months of this year, of this fiscal year. So different time period, but to just give you an idea that we're doing a lot. And when you drive here locally, most rides are not short rides. We're bringing a lot of people from Fortuna, Trinidad, Arcata to Eureka. Even if you live out Humboldt Hill and are coming into Eureka, that round trip ride is, it adds up. So we're really driving a lot of miles for folks, which is why we have one driver who's got himself around the world in his lifetime almost of driving with us. A lot of miles. So this is a story. I'm not going to read this to you, but this was from one of our clients who just told us about what they were going through, and after needing regular medical care, and they just couldn't afford a taxi going to, and even dial-a-ride, as good as it is, doesn't always work for when you need it. And we were able to get this person to their doctor's appointments, and over time really made a difference for them. And what she said was that our drivers are awesome, and they really are. They're volunteers, and they love doing it. And so just a happy customer there. Don't have a picture of that person. This is a picture of one of our drivers, the one I talked about. He's gone about 72% of the way around the world. We know he's going to finish that, if only so he ends up parking in his own driveway. So he's got, a few thousand more miles to go. And he says that he did this because I told him he had to. He and I we grew up together. We went to grade school in Palo Alto together, and he moved up here after having forgotten I lived here. He moved up here because he had other friends here. And once he was here, I said, "Hey, what are you doing with your time?" So he's been hooked. So it's a great program. We pay mileage. So that's the other thing. People aren't just, they're using their car, but we pay mileage reimbursement to our drivers. So it's something, it's not coming out of your own pocket. We do expect people to be carrying the right kind of enough insurance so that if something happens, they and us can all happily be sued and be covered for whatever might happen. But generally it's a win-win for everybody, I think. And like I said, but the beauty of this program is simply that you don't have assigned work hours. You go in, you say, what does my week look like? You go in, you see what the rides are that are there, and you pick the ones that fit your schedule. So if you're traveling and out of town for a month, you don't do any rides. When you come back, you pick your schedule. Most of them are during the work week, because that's when most doctors are working. But we also help people with grocery shopping if we have enough volunteers, and those things can happen evenings and weekends. So it allows for the flexibility of the working folk to also be able to do this. And some rides are very short, and some, like I said, you're Trinidad. I did a ride once from the airport to Fortuna, and yeah, that was long, but we had fun. The other program that we wanted to highlight today is our North Coast Home Share program, and I have the program coordinator here with me if there's questions you might have that I can't answer. And that's Julie Andre, and she has been running this program with us for since 2020. She came in pretty much right before COVID. I mean, we were actually just really moving forward, and she's done a terrific job. The stats you heard about and others you'll see are mostly her doing. So I really want to applaud her for her work. So this is just, again, since we started, and matches, usually average match is about a year, but our longest match is about 4 years. So this is like any housing situation. It doesn't solve people's problems forever. They're renting, you have a roommate, you're renting. But what we do by the matching process we do is we really try to do everything possible to assure that the people will fit together. And, you never really know somebody until you live with them, but we really try to get some of the fear associated with just renting. For some of the older adults we work with, the idea of opening their home to a total stranger seems pretty scary. So we try to address some of those fears. We do background checks. We have our folks fill out applications. Julie spends time having them meet together. She helps them understand what a rental agreement is and what their rights are on both areas, so that some people have never done this before. Some people have never rented a room out in their house to somebody, and it's daunting. She also helps people understand what they really can realistically charge for a room. You heard in our statistics that the $18,000 a year income is a very, very low income. And that is why these people are struggling to find housing, is because they don't have enough money to pay for local housing and they have to get a room somewhere. So while we want the homeowner to not to feel like what they're doing is of value to them and they're helping themselves, we are not doing this to support people renting rooms out for huge high prices. That's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to support people, helping people who cannot get into housing in our community in any other way but a shared room situation. And again, this data is from 23-24, but some of it, the oldest client, the youngest client, still true. No one's come in younger or older at this point. And most of our folks are female. And there's a lot of societal reasons for that, but I won't get into all of them. But it makes sense that most of our people looking for space are female. Here's a story of a great story that we have of these two folks, Ken and Rob. And again, this is a cross-generational thing. A lot of people don't realize that if you're 67 and 81, you are in two different generations. Many people look at anyone with gray hair as that generation, but there's lots of differences. And so this is an intergenerational match. We encourage those of all ages. So the 31-year-old was lucky enough to be have an opportunity to live with someone a little older than she is and have a great intergenerational kind of situation. We have people who don't have grandparents around or never really been around grandparents. They don't have an older person in their life to help mentor them. And some of these matches really turn into real good friendships, really good mentoring opportunities in both directions. Ageism goes in both directions. So putting people together of all ages helps to break some of those stereotypes and stigma. So this is Rob, who moved up here to be closer to his family, but is on SSI, poor credit. Ken's wife passed away a few years ago, and he didn't want to live alone, but he also probably didn't want to move in with his family. So he was looking at this more for friendship and companionship than finances. And this match has been going on, and it's really been great. And there's some quotes there a little bit about what they say about how they interact with each other, which is really, really nice. And again, the benefits for each of them, different benefits, but definitely benefits for both parties, which is really great. They even now wear matching shirts. Maybe they share clothes. I don't know. But definitely a great story there, the two of them. And I just look at Ken and his smile and, his wanting to do this because of being isolated and lonely. And he just looks really happy right in that picture. And it just makes me feel really, really good that we're able to do that. Again, average rent, highest, lowest. Sometimes the lower rents will happen because we set up a situation where somebody needs services. And so the person is providing some support and services in the home, so their rent is lower. But we generally let people know that the rent's going to average around $464, $500. Some people don't want to provide services. They just kind of want to be a roommate. Services would include things like maybe cooking on a consistent basis, maybe doing transportation. There could be a lot of different things. If you think about the kinds of things that families and others often hire, like visiting angels or another entity to come in and do that kind of work, and they come in and they pay, those are the kind of services we're talking about that someone is kind of doing as a roommate. We're sharing the workload, but I might do a little more for you than a regular roommate might. So we do a lot of outreach mailing. We find that we have to keep reminding people this is a great idea before they finally say, you're right, this is a great idea. So we're really heavily hitting the Eureka area because that's where most of the housing is. Hitting the Eureka area to get people to come to our quarterly events. Some people come more than once before they decide, is that the last slide? That seemed to end abruptly. Well, good for me. Good for me. Yeah, I guess that is the last slide. I don't know. Oh, what is it? I think that's awesome. What a way. At least I know people are watching because we all saw that. Anyway, so I don't know if you have any questions or want any clarification about these programs, but they really are fun programs to run, and they're so important in our community that I really, it's nice to come and share about them with you all. So,
okay, Councilmember Castellano, I saw.
So may
I'll look my way.
Adjust my mic. Thank you so much for the presentation and for the work you're doing. Let's see, quick question. Do you currently have any vacancies in terms of people who have homes available that are looking for matches?
I think probably, yes. Yes.
Do you know how many? Just curious.
4 or 5.
Okay.
And
great.
the thing too is it's not like, because it's in their own homes, it's not like, okay, this person's moving into your house tomorrow. We have to, it's a matchmaking process. But yeah, there's about 5.
And someone would contact the Agency on Aging.
Correct.
In order, okay.
And they'll be talking to Julie.
Okay.
And she'll get them started on the application process. It's not an overnight process. You get background checked if you homeowner and the other folk. We do background checks. We don't check your credit, I don't think, but we do background checks. So.
Great. Thank you. And then one other question. I also love the rideshare program, and I'm on the board of the Humboldt Transit Authority. And so, I'm curious from, when you mentioned, a ride from the airport to Fortuna, I'm like, oh, that's also a bus route. And so, I'm curious if you could imagine some educational opportunities for folks who might be interested in riding the bus, but maybe are nervous or uncertain about it, that, could, also just be another support for getting around town in addition to the ride service.
Right. So there's something called transportation, I guess, training type of thing where you help people learn how to do that. Most of our riders are people who have physical challenges with getting to a bus stop. They may not live near a bus stop where they're living, or the rides they need like for the airport ride, that was on a Sunday. It was on a Sunday evening, so the bus may just not be running at that time. So most of the people that come through our program, we really are talking to them about, does anyone in your life able to do this work? We really are focused on people who are the most isolated and physically challenged in terms of getting on and off a bus, getting to the bus stop, having it run at the times they need. But yes, I mean, it's all parts of yes.
For sure. Thank you.
Yeah.
And thank you for all the supports you offer people in the community.
Yep.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm curious about the density where we primarily see the folks that are concentrated in the. Sorry, I forgot the name of the program already. The housing one, the roommate one.
North Coast Home Share.
Yeah, because I know you had brought up, at least for the driving, that you had taken someone from the airport to Fortuna, and so I know Eureka itself is the most dense population that we have in the counties. But yeah, where is it that are we seeing?
Yeah, you want to. Julie doesn't really necessarily want to come up here, but she.
Understandable.
Would you come up, please? Because she has the nitty-gritties.
Yeah. We're not combative at the moment.
No. At the moment.
I'm sorry, I don't know the question because someone was interested in actually joining the program in this instance, potentially. So
I guess I'm looking more for an understanding about where these folks are concentrated. I know the example that you had up there was the 2 house folks in Cutton. So I'm just wondering where the density is that we see.
So we have a lot more housing situations, I would say, in Eureka, just because it's the bigger city.
Yeah.
We've had quite a few inquiries from Fortuna. So Fortuna is the next one. Arcata, not so much because people do it organically, so they know how to home share. And I would say even older adults, that's how they make it work for themselves, where they will share their home. So they don't need me, they don't need the program, because this program is really for folks who, as Maggie said, have never really done anything like that. So there is a huge barrier to how do I even start doing this safely. So this is what this program is about. But I would say Eureka, Fortuna, McKinleyville, and yeah, very little in Arcata. What are other areas?
You had something up a hill. Where was that?
Oh, Neeland.
Oh, okay.
Neeland, it's been almost 2 years now because it's 40 minutes from downtown, Arcata. But I got an inquiry today. So a lot of the work is a lot of just talking back and forth and figuring out that compatibility piece. Yeah.
And then I know that there was also alluded to that there are some folks who are willing to help with services, others that aren't. And so just in your role as Area 1 agency on aging, then do the folks who need it, do you get them in touch with county services, IHSS, those type of things?
You mean the folks who need the help in the home?
Yeah.
So yeah, we provide a little bit of just holistic kind of assessment, and we have also homemaker services. So we have also services that might help them in the home. But yeah, we have also an information and assistance program that is extremely successful, I think, for older community members. So yeah, is that the question?
Well, yeah, because I understand you're not social workers. That's not your role to take that on. It's just getting them connected with services or making them aware that...
Right.
So that way there's not that disconnect if they do require some sort of assistance.
Absolutely. Yeah. So what we encounter, and lately a lot more so for instance, with our 100-year-old home provider, obviously she's getting help from family members. But we have to draw the line with the family as to what the housemate is able to provide. So usually a housemate is going to be able to do a limited number of services and typically not physical care. So we try and make that very clear. But we find that when a housemate is in the home and the home provider's health decline, a housemate, because for the housemate, as Maggie said, this is their housing. It's not necessarily the longest term housing that you can connect with, but so it's their housing. They want to make it work, so they're going to start taking on services that they're not supposed to provide. So even though we are not social workers, we provide some amount of light case management so that we can remind people the housemate is not a caregiver, and there are other services that could provide you with that caregiving that the home provider is currently starting to need.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything further?
I am a social worker, but yes, it's really families managing expectations of everybody is a lot of what she does. Is just making sure then that we find, if as things change, that other resources are brought in or referred to so that everyone is still comfortable with the housing. These are not nursing assistants that we're putting in housing. They need to be comfortable with everything they do and not feel that they have to do it or they'll lose their housing. So that's where Julie is really good at helping everyone manage the expectations as needs change.
Anything further? Well, thank you, Maggie, and thank you, Julie, for being here. Great presentation.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, and we have one more presentation with the Humboldt Del Norte Film Commission presentation, and that's with Cassandra Hazeltine. Welcome.
Oh, thank you. All right, we got some fun stuff to talk about. I don't know if I could follow after her presentation zooming off like that. That was like very Star Wars-ish. It was exciting. I didn't end mine like that. All right, I'm going to assume it's just this little arrow over here. As you said, I'm Cassandra Hesseltine. I'm the film commissioner. For those who need reminding, what does the film commission do? It is the liaison between productions in the area we represent, which is Humboldt and Del Norte counties, the Redwood Coast region. And we help them, we market to them the film world, because it's now the world, it's no longer Hollywood. And then we are the boots on the ground when they are here. And then after they leave, we focus on film tourism. And a lot of our job has really turned a lot into film tourism. And we've done some nice research on that I'll talk to you about in a minute. So this past fiscal year, by the way, October will be 15 years as film commissioner and as the entity that it's been. So it's getting pretty exciting. It was a time for us to review where we are, what we've done. And we looked at, for the production and film tourism side, and then there's the marketing in between that kind of bridges that gap. We focused on celebrating the BC project, otherwise known now as another battle. Wait, one battle after another? They had 3 names. I'm lost now. That's the last one they finally settled on. And then we're focusing on California tax incentives, local incentives. Like I said, we had so many programs that kind of developed last year. So cleaning that up in our branding, as well as our film tourism projects. So the one that we didn't get to really celebrate last year when they filmed, because we weren't given any of the numbers yet until about a month ago, was the One Battle After Another, otherwise known as the BC Project, starring Leonardo DiCaprio, Sean Penn, directed by Paul Thomas Anderson. So that's going to come out now in September. We're really excited about it. The trailer came out, which these are screen grabs from the trailer, and you can see that's Murphy's Market in Cotton. And then the bridge, he's on the bridge looking at Rally Bertos and Arcata. And then that's the helicopter over some redwoods. But there's a whole bunch of other scenes that you'll notice us through. So it was really exciting how much we were in the trailer. They filmed in San Francisco and I only saw one part of San Francisco. Sacramento, I only saw them once in there. So I was really excited to see how much we were showing up in the trailer. I think we've made it into the actual final cut of the movie. So they finally told us a month ago that they spent $2.1 million while they were here in January and February. Remember, those are the off season. That's when they were in hotels. That's when they were in restaurants. That's when they had days off. And I know there was a particular laundromat that got a whole bunch of, business. And so what is amazing about that, it wasn't in July when we're already impacted with tourists. When the hotels might already have seen a benefit. So some of the other numbers, they give us a whole sheet, but I captured, I think, the most important ones. Over 920 jobs were created in January, February, over $700,000 in lodging, over $400,000 in local wages, and over 90 vendors were hired for this. It's short term, but $2.1 million in that time frame is pretty significant. Some of these pictures, I'm standing there with Terry Lane, who she actually does props on Mad Men, but she also lives here locally. She was excited to work on a project at that level locally. JP, he does all kinds of commercials out of the area, and he got to work locally as well in props. And then there was a lot of people that were hired to be background. So one of the ways that we actually benefit from when productions are here, when the movie came out, we were in all kinds of articles, including an Italian one. And since the film started in Eureka, it took off as far as getting all these articles about us. There was other articles once they moved to like Stockton and to Sacramento and to other places. But since this is where it was the big news break, we had a lot of articles, which is really great because filmmakers are looking at that, tourists are looking at that, people are excited. They want to go where Leonardo touched a payphone. That actually the payphone doesn't exist anymore. But you can still go to the grocery store. You'll see he walks through it. And then now once the trailer dropped, we started seeing articles again mentioning Eureka in it, which is really exciting. Again, we're getting a lot of nice press from it. And let me tell you too, I worked on that movie. My first meeting was in April of 2019. I worked on that movie for 5 years. I am so excited to see it come out finally and to have had it film here. So the location team, that's who we normally work with, is location teams, especially on something this large. This is some of the movies that the location team had worked on prior. So they're pretty big team that have really big expectations. It was quite lovely to have got such high praise from them. There is an award show for filming in California in December of every year. And Michael and his team actually took Best Location Team of the Year for Studio Feature Film for the movie. So here they are winning their award, gave us a little nod. That was really lovely. I was able to nominate for Best Public Employee of the Year for the state was for Caltrans, and Heidi, actually, our local office, won it. So that was pretty exciting. There she is. She made her day. So last year, we weren't able to show our numbers. So we're showing the numbers that it was an estimated 2.1, almost 2.2 million that came in. When you add the multiplier, that felt more like 6.4, almost 6.5 million that was in the area during that time frame. Most of it in January and February. So for every dollar they spend, it really is more like $2.95 because they don't get dinner. They do have days off. They're like tourists spending outside of the production, and those particular dollars circulate in the economy like 3 times before it leaves the area. So it makes a big impact when it is here. And that is a stat given to us by the California Film Commission. So this current fiscal year hasn't been as great as that. And there's a reason, you may have seen it in the news, that we are having a shift in production. And a lot of that has to do with, since the strike that happened right before in December of 2023, and as well as the 120 other tax incentive programs that are around the world. We're competing with other state and countries. Canada, everybody knows about the Georgia, New York, Canada ones, but there's Georgia the country, there's Jordan, there's, England, there's all these ones everywhere now. And they give sometimes double of what California does. We're a credit. They are, some of them are a rebate, and they can go up to like 40%, And so a production can travel out of California, and still, even with the cost of traveling, they could, in some cases, save money by doing that. So you may have heard the governor wants to expand the pool. So this trend, unfortunately, of the slowdown has been happening, but there's been a lot of movement of how can we fix this? So what have we been doing to fix this locally is, you might recall, I'm vice president of FLIX, which is Film Liaisons in California statewide, which is over 40 film commissioners in California. I believe I'm the only film commissioner to have been president, termed off, that asked to come back on, and now I'm vice president. So it's pretty exciting because I get to kind of always be in the know of what's happening statewide. A couple weeks ago, we went to the Capitol. We did go to some hearings. We did speak with about 15 different individuals to really talk about the bills that were on the table and how to expand the tax credit program in California so that it actually goes north and outside of LA and outside of the zone, and so that it benefits everyone. We've been the poster child most of the time, besides Shasta, because we do get big movies up here in Humboldt and Del Norte counties. And so last time this came up 10 years ago, we were the one that actually, the office that presented in front of everybody for Wrinkle in Time being here, and that had filmed in November, December, and how many jobs it creates in this far north in a rural area. So they took it pretty serious. There's 2 bills on the table that they're working on, and we're hoping that they'll continue to change the way they do the program. So expanding the amount of money that we have in the pool is great, going from $330 to $750, it's then comparative to New York, but the type of within it is still poorly written at this point, is no longer competitive. So fingers crossed, we're really excited that they will make these changes and the bills will pass. One of the 3 votes is Pro Tem McGuire, and I've been in a lot of conversations with them, and they're amazing, and they're really up on what's happening and understand the impact of it locally. So what are we doing locally? So that's a statewide. So locally, I am working already with Humboldt and Del Norte County and Crescent City to see what kind of incentives. I've started to talk a little bit about incentives in ways that we can do things. One of them is waiving permit fees. You already have a no permit fee, but there may be other aspects of things that we could waive. So I'm going to be writing up my recommendations for Eureka of, what is a way that we could entice them locally that doesn't necessarily involve like a rebate or a credit, because that's another bigger avenue to go. One of the main draws that would be amazing in 15 years of being film commissioner, I can't tell you how many times, every time an indie or feature film, and even some documentaries have come here, they've asked me if we have a sound stage. So sound stages, can be used in multiple ways. It can be used for like an interview, green screen. If you have an actor on the top of a redwood, you might not want to shoot it, actually in the park. You're going to want to build that and do this special stunt. If it's certain sounds, if it's raining, often it's a raining issue. And we know that we have a lot of rain here. So there's a lot of reasons why they do it. A lot of times with it comes offices, parking. Sometimes indie films don't even need a soundstage. They just need storage for the art department and parking and offices. So there's multiple uses in different ways that it could be. We've been pitching this for a long time, and it looks like we might finally have a home with Cal Poly Humboldt. We're really excited. We're in talks and negotiations with them about how to move forward with this, but they're very excited to bridge the gap between the arts and the tech part of the school. And obviously we'd also want it to be green, a green soundstage, so be environmental as well. And then the main base of it would be providing for professional out of area productions. We will never get an episodic television show without a soundstage. They can't be here without that. That's a tool that they need. So if we ever want to land a TV show like Eureka, or what's that other one that's always on Netflix that they talk about being here?
Virgin River.
I'd say, I don't say their name on purpose, but if we ever want those to be here, we have to have a soundstage. And it can be also used for many other purposes. For instance, with Cal Poly, we'd have students that would be interns and run through the program, and that would be work experience they could never get elsewhere. We sometimes are lucky when they do get hired on set, but this would be a whole different ballgame. It's a captured audience. We could have pop-up art. We could do part of our festival there. We could have it be an emergency shelter if there isn't something obstructing that availability, because it's a big, huge open space usually with no beams and things in the way. So there's all kinds of ways of using it until it became something that really could hold its own. So bridging the gap, some of the marketing things that we've done with all the activities that we've been doing. We do have a new, better and robust website that's enhanced. It now captures the filmmaker. They can create an account and let us know that they're looking at things. Prior to that, they could have free access to vendors and locations, and we weren't aware if maybe they were wanting to look at any of that and send it off to other people. So now they connect with us a little bit easier. We've updated all our branding because now we have 4 outside of the film commission activities that we do with the museum in downtown Eureka. We have the map of the movies, we have the Forest Moon Festival, and then we have movies in the park that we do. So we cleaned up a lot of that and how that all interacts with each other. And again, like I said, I'm vice president of Flix, which puts me in the know, but also puts me like at the award shows, giving out awards in front of 500 location managers, Netflix, Disney, all of those people, which is amazing. So they're always hearing our name. They post it really big up on the screen. And so we're constantly in their mind for when that next project requires something like the looks of what we have here. So it's just constantly, being in the foreground. So film tourism, like I said, we've really realized how much film tourism exploded really during and kind of after COVID. And in 2023, there was a lot of research done on it, so we really kind of went with the trend, and we saw some great moments of other ways of capturing people who love film besides when film productions come here. It's known that film tourism can outweigh the original project. Return of the Jedi, for one. Here we are 40 years later, and we're still having people come here for that movie. We're celebrating it, still having economic impact when that movie, filmed here. I believe I just saw something recently, and I knew the dollar or what it was at that time frame that they actually spent for the overall movie. But I don't remember the number now. I'll have to find that. So we do know, though, that we've probably brought in more money now from tourism of that movie than the actual spending that they did. So we do have an app which can take you to all our projects. You can download it for either kind of phone. It's been downloaded over 1,500 times. It connects you to bookings for hotels. It features the map of the movies, but on there, you can then see what hotel is by the film that you love, or a restaurant that's near there. So we added those bells and whistles to it. And then it features the museum as well as the Forest Moon Festival and any other events that we throw that's on there. In regards to the cinema, we've had over 3,300 people come through. That's up now because we did a May 4th event. So now that's up a couple hundred people already. But we've had 20 people from 24 states and 3 countries come in this past 18 months. And we've done some really fun exhibits, including, it says current exhibit, but actually we just changed that on Saturday. So our previous exhibit was Women in Film, and we did receive a Eureka Cultural Art District grant, which was wonderful to help us with that one. And now it is the Forest Moon, aka the nod to being the film sites for Endor for Star Wars Return of the Jedi. We also have the map, as we said, that's been printed or downloaded over 350,000 times at this point. We keep getting asked for a new one. We have to make a updated version, but like I've mentioned this story before, State Park says it's the #1 map that gets taken, including the one that was taped down to their desk. So that was stolen. So it's a pretty popular map. So yeah, and we're hoping the next thing is what we want to do is have actually film tours from the museum. We actually already have our film tour guide. We have the van. We have the whole thing. We just got to actually start implementing local tours. So the last thing I want to talk about is the Forest Moon Festival. The past 2 years have been great. We've done really good. Like we were in the New York Times before we even threw it. It's been really fun to see everybody excited. Last year we had Senator McGuire at Sequoia Park. And, we had so many events, and we added the passport and scavenger hunt with over 60 vendors in that. And so people went from both counties to the different vendors to participate in the passport and scavenger hunt besides the different events. So that was good to get people into shops and businesses. So this year we're really excited. We have done some updates again. Here we are on our 3rd year. So we've updated our website, talks to our app now. We have some new sponsors. We're starting to get podcasts. We have our 3rd podcast interview, Star Wars podcast, and that's a big way to reach people out of the area. So we have our 3rd one, I think Thursday. We already were interviewed on one that's considered actually the #1 Star Wars podcast in the world, and they have over 100,000 followers. So we're really excited to think of who we might be, the audience that we're finally getting to look at. This year, we've also brought in 2 guests, or 2 sets of type of guests. So one of them will be Kyle Newman, who directed Fanboys. And that was a hilarious movie from 2009. It's costumers who go on a car trip to go break into George Lucas's house. So if you're a Star Wars fan, they usually love this movie. We will be showing it in partnership with Eureka Theater for the festival weekend. And then Kyle is nice enough to come in town for the weekend, and he'll actually be doing a Q&A for that. He is considered a Star Wars ambassador, and he actually put us in contact with what is considered the #1 podcast of Star Wars, which is the Rebel Force Radio. So Jimmy and Jason will be joining him for the weekend and actually be doing a live broadcast, or recording a broadcast, 3 different separate events. And we're pretty excited, including at the zoo. They'll be recording and interviewing and doing some fun stuff. So we're very excited about that. So we do all of that with 2.5 people, our independent contractors, our volunteers, our board of directors, and we are required to be a free service to all productions, like every film production around the world. That's it. Mine didn't do the cool thing. Yeah?
Well, thank you. Do we have any questions? Councilmember Fernandez?
Thank you for that. Could you please stop planning the Forest Moon Festival when I'm out of town?
Oh.
Yeah, no.
Sorry.
Yeah, it just happens. That's unfortunate for me. I'm glad for everyone else. No, thank you for explaining how the tax credits and the soft incentives work. I mean, when they are filming, when they are making shows or movies that take place up here but are filmed in Vancouver, it's like, how the hell and why? So thank you for helping at least make that understandable. I'm curious, what was the time frame for that 2.1 million stimulus that kind of came through the DiCaprio film?
So from my best of my understanding, that would have been when they were scouting a little bit in the fall, and then mostly December to about mid-February. So it was 3 months probably total if you compressed it.
Right.
I doubt that they counted all the trips because he wasn't greenlit and wasn't at Warner Brothers at the time. So there was a good chunk of money that's not counted of how many times Paul Thomas Anderson came into town. Like I scouted homes with him during COVID time, or like when we were allowed out of the house, but we all still had masks. And I know that his I met a scout who was here in 2019. So there's trips that weren't accounted for. So more dollars were actually spent.
Right, but it's still a nice shot in the arm for our region to have
In
that
3
type of-
months
yeah.
to have that in winter. Yeah.
And then I'm curious, you touched on location teams, and I understand it comes down to the type of film and, just the story, the narrative, but I'm curious, what's the criteria that they're looking for typically when they're determining whether or not to film in a place like Humboldt?
Right. So there's two things. One is, like I mentioned, unfortunately, the industry has really gone, if the line producer has their way, it's where's the best tax incentive. So unfortunately, they'll go, well, we need trees. Who has the best tax incentive? When we get lucky, or that doesn't, somehow that's not part of it. For instance, if it's a documentary and it took place here, then okay, they needed that. If it's part of the story, but they really want this look, a lot of times what they want is it's the location then, so if it's not the dollar amount of the benefit, then it's the location of the redwood trees, our roads, our architecture, the coastline. Those are normally the four things that they're interested in when they want to come. And then they want to know, do you have a soundstage? What kind of crew do you have? Do you have vendors? And then the fact that we've had the experience, we've had repeat customers. You might remember Swiss Army Man with Paul Dano and Danny Radcliffe came here. And the art team that worked on that then went on to another movie a couple years ago with Craig Robinson and Aubrey Plaza, and they filmed the entire film here in January. And that was an evening with Beverly Loughlin at the Eureka Inn and then throughout town. So they came back because they had such a great experience. And we've had a few different ones do that. So sometimes usually it's location. In our case, it wouldn't necessarily be tax incentive unless they're getting the California tax incentive. They do get more points the farther north they go. So it's usually a shoe-in for us. And then sometimes it's just our reputation at this point.
Thank you.
Anything further? Congratulations on your 15 years. That's incredible.
Thank you.
And you really have brought a lot to our community. And I just want you to know how much you're appreciated.
Thank you, Kim. Appreciate that. Sorry, Mayor.
You're fine. We're done.
Thank you.
Okay, well, that was great. Now's the time we're going to move on to public comment period. This is the time for members of the public who wish to be heard on matters that do not appear on the agenda. City Council policy is to limit each speaker to 3 minutes. Such time allotment or portion thereof shall not be transferred to other speakers. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the City Council may not take action on an item that does not appear on the agenda. Time allotment for public comment on non-agenda items. A maximum of 30 minutes shall be allotted to receiving public comments at the initial public comment period. If necessary, an additional period shall be allotted to public comments after city manager reports, but only if the first 30 minutes public comment period was not sufficient to allow all those who wished to speak to do so. The public will be allowed to speak concurrently with the calling of an agenda item following the staff presentation of that item. At the time an item is considered, the mayor will ask those attending the meeting in person to line up on both sides of the council chamber or raise their hands, and for remote participants to use *9 on the telephone or raise hand function in Zoom if they wish to address the city council. The maximum amount of time for each person to speak and the total amount of time allotted for each item will be determined based on the number of people indicating an interest in speaking and the amount of business to be conducted on the agenda. In certain circumstances, and when necessary to ensure a full opportunity for public input, the mayor may adjust the amount of time allowed for public input and or the time allotted for each speaker. And that will be on agenda items. But I wanted to put that out there early as we have some different meetings coming forward and this evening as well. So with that, and if you ever, we don't go back and forth. We've had this conversation before, but if you do have something that you really want to talk about, please reach out to any of us and we can get back with you on that. So without further ado, Mr. Parr, you're up. Welcome.
Hello, good evening. I want to start out by congratulating our fearless leader for after toiling all these many years as just a lowly grant whore, has finally achieved the status of madam. So kudos. And while we're on the subject of grant whoring, it's May now, and I'm still looking out my kitchen window at a largely unfinished pile of dirt that we got $6.4 million for 5 years ago. And people are wondering where the money is and where the park is. That the presentations from Caltrans, they're giving us a whole mile of renovated highway for $12 million, and for $6.4 million, we can't even get a couple slides and a couple swings. I'm here to make a public request for an accounting. You all have a website, Eureka City website. In the interest of transparency and accountability, it'd be nice if you all published the accounting for this park, where the $6 million has gone, who it went to, what it was for, and how much each thing was. It'd be real nice. We're really curious as to see what's happening out there, because there's a lot of questions about this. You can't provide a couple swings, couple slides for $6.4 million. You're 5 years after you got the money. The project started a year ago. It was supposed to be done by November. In November, the contractor told me that you guys were out of money. They weren't getting paid, and they were thinking about packing up and going back to Reading. So I guess you must be shuffling other money around it to keep them on the job at this point. But anyways, it's a huge fiasco. It's an embarrassment. We need an accounting. So either publish it on the website or send it to me. You got my email. We're curious to see where that money went.
Okay, come on up. Welcome.
Hello, good night, everybody. I don't know what time it is, but I am Gracie, and I shop here in Eureka, and I'm here all the time with my daughter, and my husband works here in Eureka. And as I walk through Eureka and I'm driving through with my daughter, like, the most heartbreaking thing for me and my daughter to see is to see unhoused people being arrested and having their tents taken and everything taken, which is like barely anything that they have just to keep surviving. So I just want you guys to have that in thought, that when you think of like, oh, residents and tourists don't want to come here because of unhoused people, well, maybe cruelty doesn't sell either. So how about we treat people with dignity and respect? We don't have to go to that lengths to try to help them out. So I urge you, council, to vote no on Bill 1040 and also to repeal Ordinance 93.02 and 130.12, which are the camping restrictions and sitting and sleeping restrictions in public and private areas here in Eureka, to repeal them in their entirety. And so I just want to go over some brief history. In October 2024, Governor Newsom issued an executive order ordering state and local agencies to address homeless encampments. And I quote Governor's statement, quote, "We're supporting local communities' efforts to get people out of encampments and connected with care and housing across the state." Governor awarded over $1 billion across the state to clear dangerous encampments. The noncompliance with state housing and homeless laws, the state may claw back these funds. This type of coercion is legal as long as funds are not regularly allocated and depended on. And Humboldt was awarded $3.784 million, directed to the Continuum of Care coalition of different agencies. Humboldt County, being of lower income per capita is compared to other countries, this seems like it is a necessity. These are funds that we do need, and these funds were already allocated to agencies. So giving it back would cause further harm to our community. So I understand the tight spot that you are on, and then so you're trying to mitigate and trying to appease these.
Thank you for sharing. Thanks for being here. Come on up. So before we carry on with public comment, so it's fine to clap at presentations. We appreciate that. But during public comment, we want everybody to feel safe. So I would encourage you, and comfortable sharing. So I would encourage you, if you want to clap, that'd be great. You can use your hands, but let's give everybody the respect that they deserve and carry on with the 3 minutes. I said during presentations, excuse me, let me clarify that. During presentations, it's fine to clap, but during public comment, we don't encourage that because we want everybody to feel comfortable and safe speaking. Silent applause works great. Anyway, thank you. Carry on. Welcome.
Can I start? All right, great. My name is Rick. I've been here before. I'm with Students for a Democratic Society. I'm here about 1040 as well, about the housing ordinance attached to the LEAD program. Before, when I was here, I made some points that I would like to reiterate. One of them is that if you can only serve 10 people with the LEAD program, then that's not enough people when you have like 650 homeless people in Eureka. If you give them all misdemeanors and you can only serve 10 to remove the misdemeanors, then you're just criminalizing homeless people. You're not helping anybody. I want to also reiterate that we will pursue litigation if this is passed. We are perfectly prepared to do that, but it's not something that we want to do. We would hope that you all will move this to committee at the very least to just go over this a little more, look into it, speak with the community, and come to a consensus with them rather than deciding among yourselves and law enforcement. I would ask that if it does go through to a vote next time, that you vote no on this, because it will cause more harm than good as is. Criminalizing homelessness is not a good thing for anyone. And when you have people who have criminal histories that are homeless, when you have people that suffer from addiction, when you have people that suffer mental health issues, bringing the police in will only increase violence against them. The statistics for this are very bad. Police shoot and kill people with these conditions. They will further their criminal record, and they will end up with severe punishment because of this, not even attached to the LEAD program. This is unacceptable, and most of the community stands against this. I would also point out that Housing First initiatives have saved on average $31,000 or so per person for every 2 years. In Marin County, they saw serious success with this, with retention rates at about 26% of people giving them new houses rather than criminalizing them. I think there's like a 96% retention rate for housing overall with Housing First programs. So this is something that works. If we give people houses, if we have more public housing, it'll resolve the issue. I mean, the issue is in the name, right? We say homeless people, we say houseless people. Well, what is the solution? What is the root cause? Give them a house. Give them somewhere to live that's stable. Make sure that they have the resources that they need. Criminalizing it, bringing police in, it's only going to cause more harm. It's only going to bring the community against you, and it's only going to cause us to have to pursue litigation against you. We don't want to sue you. We don't want to do this. Litigation has already come across most of the counties that have done this. It's a right-wing policy. It is not something that you should do if you want to consider yourselves progressive, and I urge you once again to move this to committee today or to vote against it when it comes up next time. I hope that you'll make the right decision because we are prepared to fight. Please don't make us fight you. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up. This side.
Good evening, Council. My name is Andrew DeWitt. I am a Eureka resident, and I'm a school teacher here. And I'm here tonight to speak in strong opposition to Ordinance 1040. I urge you to move this item to committee, as previously said. Criminalizing homeless is a cruel policy failure that only makes this crisis worse, but moreover, it does not acknowledge, even closely acknowledge, the historical context to which what led to these conditions, nor does it offer any upstream solutions. I have students who are unhoused. There are children, 11, 12 years old, and I see the effects that this lack of stability in housing specifically has on them and their emotional demeanor and in their physical development. and where they don't know where they will sleep that night or what will happen to their folks when they're at school. We owe these kids and their families repair, not punishment. We are failing these kids and these families. Kids smell bullshit a mile away, and they know that we're failing them. They need housing, and they're being offered a promise that their future is in prison. My second point is 1040 is the incorrect strategy on its face. It ignores the lack of housing as the crisis and replaces it with prisons. Since the 1980s, we've expanded prisons by 600%, while slashing public housing by 80%. Where the Eureka Mall stands today on Harris, 320 public housing units were available. They were demolished in the 70s and replaced with retail. Today, we talked about retail and how to revitalize an empty mall. Sounds like a good place to put some public housing. We don't own it as a city, but localities have the authority and the responsibility to declare eminent domain on strategic parcels of private property. Furthermore, as previously said, it is cost efficient. It's a bad use of public funds to further incarcerate unhoused people. It costs $87 per day to incarcerate someone, but only $28 a day to house them. At the end of the day, the USA has 25% of the world's prisoners and 5% of the population. We have more prisoners already per capita than any country in the world. And third thing, protect the renters who still remain housed. Last week, the Lost Coast Outpost reported that 85% of extremely low-income renters pay more than half of their income on rent. The median income is $1,200 a month. Landlords can legally raise the rent 8.8% per month per year.
Thank you for being here. Come on up. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Noah, and on the afternoon of about April 17th, I was repeatedly assaulted and battered by Brendan Anthony Fearon, the operator of Old Town Carriage Company, in broad daylight at the gazebo, in front of locals, shopkeepers, and most importantly, tourists. All I did was have the temerity and gall to ask Mr. Fearon how many years the horse had been enslaved. Mr. Fearon replied she was no different from the chicken, beef, pork, and fish that were sold in restaurants. I was sucker punched in the jaw with an exceptionally weak left, shoved 3 times, and had my like-new $650 motorbike helmet destroyed in the process. I never struck back in self-defense, although I could have, as an act of nonviolent civil disobedience. I know for a fact this assault was carried out in broad daylight, was captured in its entirety on video. I know for a fact Mr. Fearon was under the influence. As a recovering alcoholic with 13 and a half years of sobriety myself, I can smell it from yards away, and it takes one to know one. I know for a fact Mr. Fearon works in some capacity for the city because his address on the police call log was listed as 531 K Street, City Hall, where we are right now. Mr. Fearon, as far as I know, wasn't arrested. I filed a complaint with the deputy city attorney and asked for $1 million in compensation, damages, and tort due to the particularly violent, drunken, and out-of-control nature of Mr. Fearon's behavior. I was never asked by anyone in any capacity for my side of the story. I sent copies of the claim to city officials, and I heard absolutely nothing. Instead, I got served a letter from an insurance company in Rancho Cordova saying it, on the hook for $1 million, had investigated this city, and my claim was rejected out of hand. The idea that a city and its insurance company can investigate itself independently is laughable. Just today, I learned from the city clerk that there is, in fact, no city attorney. I'll come back to that later. Miss Luna has left Eureka. I literally have 19 cents in Coast Central. I was evicted from my apartment at 12357 7th Street, Apartment C. I have no money. I have no power. I have no attorney.
Yet I, not Robin Arkley II, am the richest man in Humboldt, and I actually live here. All I have is the power to annoy rich, connected people with chalk, markers, cardboard, and my loud, booming voice, with irritating questions like, what's up with what's going down?
Thank you, Noah. Come on up. Hi, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Anna Sophia Amesqua. My friend Amy Scott and I sent you an email earlier today that I hope you all will read. We put a lot of effort into that. I've been a resident and homeowner in Eureka for over 20 years. I've also been an active member of the art community for 2 decades. You may have seen some of my murals around town. I'm currently finishing my first year in the Masters of Social Work program here at Cal Poly. I am here as a community member and as a social worker tonight to voice my strong opposition to Bill 1040 CS and ask that it be moved to committee. I've made my home here because I love it here and I love this community, and I want to live in a society that shows deep care and reverence for every human life. I want to see this place that I love become a model and inspiration for other places to follow. I believe we can. I'm deeply disappointed in the push for this ordinance and grateful to those of you advocating that we look to alternatives with a committee, and that includes people who are currently experiencing homelessness and with lived experience, as well as a broad cross-section of community members. We are living in unprecedented times that are terrifying for many for good reason. We have been witnessing a genocide, a Holocaust, live streamed through our phones for over a year and a half, and we are witnessing those same powers implement truly horrific authoritarian policies and agendas here in this country. It is crucial that we resist those same types of policies from appearing in seemingly innocuous ways in our local communities. At the March 18th meeting, I listened to so many people speak to their compassion for the houseless population. While I know that many of you have put much work and energy into solutions, I'm confused by the push for this ordinance when it is in direct opposition to literally all of the research on this issue, which unequivocally shows that policies that criminalize homelessness are not only cruel, they're also ineffective and astronomically more expensive than the supportive solutions that actually work, and which would actually demonstrate true compassion and community care. In California, it costs between $110,000 and $133,000 to incarcerate a person for 1 year, not including the law enforcement response or the cost of the courts, but just to keep them in prison and fed. On the other hand, to pay for permanent supportive housing without preconditions under the Housing First model, it is approximately $25,000 to $40,000 a year. It simply does not make financial sense to pursue these policies and limit funds we could instead be allocating for expansion of housing options and other compassion-based services, including harm reduction. Another financial concern to consider is the inevitable legal costs the city will face when unhoused communities and their supporters band together to sue for violations to their civil rights, as is already happening in many cities throughout California. There are many, many preferable, creative, and effective solutions to solving homelessness, and I believe that we have what it takes here as a community to implement those. Please remove this from the agenda and move it to committee. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Come on up. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Amy Scott. I am also a classmate to Anna Sophia, and we sent you that really long tome of an email today, and I really hope you guys get to read it. We are not known for concision in our cohort, so apologies in advance, but we just want to be as thorough as possible. And in that, I have spent countless hours watching all of Access Humboldt's meetings. I wanted to become as informed as possible because I know that everyone here comes to this work with care and compassion and really trying to alleviate the suffering of people in this community. I know that. We all want to live in this world, and we all wish we had millions of dollars for housing, but we don't. We prioritize it on war instead. I just went off script, but I really want us to be clear that our opposition is not just because we personally believe that criminalization is morally wrong, but because the facts just don't show that. I've gone through all of the staff reports. I've read what's been presented, and in the email I cite the Department of Justice, the American Medical Association, the American Public Health Association, the National Association of Social Work, and on and on. Each renowned organization has public policy positions that say criminalization of homelessness is not the answer. This is a policy issue, not a personal issue. And And I can't stress that we have these limited funds. We have encroaching authoritarianism. I want us all to be together. We have bigger fights than like focusing on this infighting. Let's find a way to come together. And I do want to point out that the ordinance is being brought forth because of the Grants Pass versus Johnson Supreme Court decision, which if you read Sonia Sotomayor's dissent, it is a scathing critique of the other justices for saying that it doesn't actually say that Grants Pass is not violating cruel and unusual punishment. It's just saying that they should be able to have a camping ordinance and enforce those rules. So please look further into that. Even more than the facts, I keep coming back to the mantra of soft on people and hard on systems. We are all affected by these systems of oppression. And if we can't find ways to move forward together, then we will all fail together. And we see that happening. And so I appreciate the hard work that you've done. I know that you've worked so hard to bring housing to this community, and so much is coming. So let's let it come to fruition and go from there. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks for being here. Come on up. Welcome.
Hey, hello. My name is Amy. I live in Eureka. I'm an alumni of Cal Poly Humboldt. I have experience working in outreach and advocacy and direct service here and other places. I wholeheartedly oppose Ordinance 1040. I know it's not on the agenda tonight, but it will be in a couple of weeks, and so I encourage the council to move this ordinance to committee. Like others have done, I wanted to kind of quickly highlight how much research shows how harmful these types of laws actually are. As we all know, Martin versus Boise was tragically overturned with the Grants Pass decision last year. And I don't understand why our city is so hell-bent on moving towards criminalization because of this. The Grants Pass decision is a partisan case that, if we follow suit with this ordinance, would tie us to this very cruel legal precedent. The National Law Center on Homelessness and Poverty wrote in the report that criminalization measures do not address the root causes of homelessness, nor do they reduce the problem. In fact, these types of measures keep unhoused people trapped in a cycle of criminalization, which has the effect of increasing and prolonging homelessness. Another report found that on average, a city spends approximately $87 per day to incarcerate a person compared to $28 per day to provide shelter. These types of measures are not only ineffective and expensive, but they are actively harmful and perpetuate carceral systems that keep poor people trapped in the prison industrial complex. The ACLU notes that criminalization does not address the factors that lead to homelessness, such as lack of affordable and available housing, low incomes, unemployment, and lack of services. They highlight that criminalization makes escaping poverty and overcoming homelessness more difficult. Being forced into the criminal justice system is highly disruptive and invasive. I remember during the last meeting when this ordinance was actually on the agenda, Councilmember Contreras-Deloach, who's not here, noted that her ride-along with CSET, the Community Engagement Safety Team, which, I mean, honestly, are just cops by another name, and she noted the pleasant interactions between the cops and the people living outside. And it's like, sure, you have gone like on a ride with and seen a handful of positive interactions, but research shows that this is the exception and not the rule. That same officer that is high-fiving and joking with people living outside will just turn around and cite them or arrest them. The rule is criminalization and police violence. The rule is mass incarceration and keeping folks trapped in a never-ending cycle that displaces and disrupts communities. Homelessness is directly tied to the neoliberalization of cities, the public and private partnerships that defund public housing. Poverty is a direct result of these partnerships that make living in a community wholly unaffordable for most people. The research shows us that housing first policies work, whether you read it or not. While addressing the housing shortage is a fight in itself, the very least our focus should be on expanding low barrier, trauma-informed shelter options, investing in permanent supportive housing and wraparound services, working in partnership, and increasing housing, mental health care, and employment access. Please do what is right and move this ordinance to a committee made up of people actually experiencing homelessness or those that have in the past, as well as organizers with strong ties to the unhoused community in our area. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Come on up. Welcome.
Hi there.
Hi.
I'm Sim. I live in Eureka, and I work in Eureka, and I have for a few years. I saw a lot of other people saying some wonderful things that mirror pretty much what I was going to say. I think that spending the very, very limited money, as many other people have said that we do have, is on hitting people with the stick for not engaging with programs that we've decided that they need is not a really good way to use limited resources. I'll be here to see you guys on the 20th, so that's all I'll say for now, but please move this to committee, and I'll see you.
See you then. Come on up, Pat. Welcome.
This is about 1040. In 2016, I went to Washington, D.C. to protest the TPP. And then I, in turn, protested when Trump got elected, but I did not protest Trump. I protested Trumpism. You are using the Supreme Court ruling to decide what to do about the homeless. That's a Trump court. You are Trumpists. So I guess I will have to speak to you as a Trumpist, not as a compassionate person. Do what Trump does. Let's make a deal. Bullies 101. The libtard solution. Housing first does not cost as much as incarceration does. My colleagues have already mentioned that. I don't have to go through it. The homeless will comply if you have less regulations, and they will be good at it. I'm sure they will, because they need a house. There are no cops involved, please. Again, less cost. Stop destroying their property, please. And it's not because AHA or Hatcher said so. It's because I've seen it with my own eyes. Don't bring down the ire of taxpayers like me. Because in the end, I'm the one who's going to have to pay for these people being incarcerated. The homeless don't have the money. And if you come down on my bad side, honey, I'm going to litigate, all right? And we've already discussed litigation. I had wanted to be nice and talk about the AMA Journal of Ethics, but I can't because obviously you are Trumpers and you don't have the ethics. So I won't talk about that. But I will talk about the fact that I think these homeless people are courageous. They're survivalists. Can you live on the streets? Can you? You're so nice in your little houses. These people live on the streets. They look for food every day. They look for housing. They look for health care. You can't do that. So that's why I'm saying I am for the homeless. And I want to say you're all a bunch of hypocrites. Free Palestine.
Thank you, Pat. Come on up.
Hi, my name is Blake Batchelor. I am a resident of Eureka. I'm just going to keep this quick and brief. The idea of criminalizing the houseless is an absurd idea, considering the fact that 1/3 of Californians live in poverty. The average median price of people making in Eureka, just from a quick thing, the average yearly, they're making $35,000 a year. That's the average person working and living in Eureka. The average rent's going to be $19,000 of that. I don't see our economy growing right now. I don't know if you guys think that somehow these tariffs are going to bring us to a place where we're not going to have more people struggling. Criminalizing people who are already struggling if they fall between the cracks is morally abhorrent. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's time. So I think we have time for one more. Pam, are you keeping time? 2 minutes. We'll give you 3. Come on up. And then, as I said earlier, the rest of the folks can speak after city manager report. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Amy. I'm here to urge you to take 1040 CS off the agenda for the 20th. Let the ad hoc committee that's supposed to explore camping alternatives, let them do their work. See what they find with adequate representation of people who lack shelter right now. Make sure that unhoused people have some voice in that committee. You've got a lot of great housing initiatives in the works right now. We heard about those a couple months ago. They take time to come to fruition, but they are in process. That's great. Let that happen. We need housing first. It's cheaper, it's more effective, its effectiveness is borne out by a large body of evidence, which the social workers sent to all of you. So you have that to back up what we're saying. That's all. Please
Thank
just
you.
don't vote on it on the 20th.
Thank you. Okay, before moving on to the consent or to the public hearing, we are going to take a short break and we'll see you back. If you're here to public comment, you can comment after city manager reports. We'll reopen public comment. Thank you.
And Mayor, I have noted the Zoom persons who have their hands up, and we will call them after city manager reports.
Great, thank you. I noted that too. Appreciate it. We will open this with a public hearing regarding the Waterfront Eureka Plan with Director Kenyon.
Thanks. Again, good evening again, Mayor and Council. Oh, Derek, can you... So tonight you are considering adoption of the draft Waterfront Eureka Plan, which we call the WEP for short, so I might be using that acronym. This map shows the city's core area as defined by our general plan. The WEP is a specific plan for the systematic implementation of the general plan within the 3 core area districts that are in our coastal zone. So the Old Town, Library District, and Commercial Bayfront. They cover approximately 130 acres. The plan does not include downtown. The impetus for the specific plan is General Plan Policy LU 2.11, which calls on the city to initiate a specific plan for the core area to create a framework to focus community efforts and enhance the ability to attract funding for reinvestment. The WEP is supported by 2 state grants, both intended to accelerate and streamline housing production in the city. The specific plan must be adopted by the summer to meet grant deadlines. And I brought Deputy Director Castellano up in case there are additional questions because she was instrumental in getting this plan done. The WEP can only be approved if it is consistent with the city's general plan. Appendix C of the WEP includes the necessary consistency analysis. Also, state law has required content for a plan to qualify as a specific plan. It must include the distribution, location, and extent of the use of land, open space, and major components of infrastructure, as well as standards and criteria for future development and a program of implementation measures to carry out the plan. The agenda summary and Chapter 1 of the WEP cover how the plan meets these content requirements. Public outreach on the WEP itself began in 2022, but we were building on years of prior engagement that occurred during the recent comprehensive update to the general plan. The outreach effort for the WEP is summarized in Chapter 2 of the plan document and included community workshops and stakeholder meetings, an online survey, and a variety of committee, commission, and council meetings. There was also significant public comment received on the first public review draft of the WEP that was published in 2023, and that public comment is included in the agenda packet as Attachment 6. There were also referrals to applicable local, state, and federal agencies in consultation with local tribes, presentations to Eureka Main Street, and a Cal Poly Senior Capstone project that included a walk audit in March 2024. The WEP plan area is in the coastal zone, where development must be consistent with the city's local coastal program, or LCP. The city is currently working on a comprehensive LCP update, and the land use and zoning components of the WEP, which are in chapters 3 and 4, will be incorporated into the larger LCP update. And these portions of the WEP will not become effective until they are adopted by the City Council as part of that LCP update, and then that update is certified by the California Coastal Commission. The Coastal Commission will only certify that document if it is consistent with and adequate to carry out the policies of the Coastal Act. And the Coastal Act policies that have the greatest effect on the plan area are those that call for prioritization of coastal dependent, coastal related, and visitor serving uses over general residential and commercial uses. It is important to note that even though the WEP is called the Waterfront Eureka Plan, it is really focused on just one portion of our very long shoreline. We have quite a lot of bayfront land beyond the plan area, whereas the plan area is somewhere where the city prioritizes visitor serving and recreational uses. There are other portions of our shoreline that solely prioritize commercial fishing and coastal dependent industry, such as the fishing industrial district that is located directly west of the commercial bayfront. Okay, moving on to plan content. Chapters 3 and 4 are mostly focused on the 3 plan area districts. The WEP describes the district's existing conditions, identifies alternative futures for those districts, and then translates those into a preferred future or vision, and then land use designations and zoning districts. This slide shows the existing zoning and the proposed zoning on the right. Right now, the commercial bayfront and Old Town all have the same waterfront commercial zoning. The Waterfront Eureka Plan would give Old Town its own zoning district, and it would divide the commercial bayfront into 2 zoning districts, Bayfront Commercial and Bayfront Flex. Both would allow a similar mix of uses, but the difference would be on form. The Bayfront Commercial is envisioned as an extension of Old Town's multi-story mixed-use development, while the Bayfront Flex district allows for greater flexibility in building intensity and form, and can accommodate larger single-use developments like the Adorney Center or an RV park. The third big change is that the WEP would assign the library district its own unique zoning, different from other office residential areas in the city. In the existing waterfront commercial district, principally permitted uses are limited to priority uses under the Coastal Act, and visitor serving uses, one of those priority uses, are defined by our current LCP as tourist-oriented uses. Because of this tourist serving prioritization, uses that primarily serve locals, what we planners like to call neighborhood serving uses, are only allowed in Old Town with a conditional use permit. This is a barrier to creating a complete community, which is a self-sufficient community where residents can get their basic needs met. Instead of just saying that any use that meets the definition of tourist-oriented is principally permitted, the existing zoning regulations provide a very specific list of uses. The specificity of the use types is problematic because when you get this specific, your list is necessarily incomplete and limiting. Also, it becomes dated quickly as use types evolve. Like recently we've gotten an internet cafe that wasn't something in the 80s when our LCP was adopted, or escape rooms, smash rooms, you name it. Lots of new uses all the time. In contrast, the proposed WEP has much broader use type categories. For instance, all of the retail use types in this list would be covered by one use type: general retail, indoor, small. In addition to the principally permitted uses that I just showed you on the previous slide, the existing zoning for Old Town includes 73 other uses allowed with a conditional use permit. The existing standards create no distinction between ground floor, street-facing tenant spaces, and other units in the building. So, for instance, residences and offices require a conditional use permit, regardless of whether they are on upper floors. And the existing regulations do not include standards for ground floor design, when arguably the look of the ground floor storefront, its transparency and visual interest is more important than the use for creating a visitor serving environment. So for what we're proposing in the Waterfront Eureka plan for Old Town zoning is to allow residences and offices on upper floors without a conditional use permit, principally permitted, and also treating the backside of properties on the ground floor like the upper floors. So we have a lot of these long, thin parcels in Old Town where you have your storefront, but then you have a lot of space behind it, and that should be treated like the upper floors, and residences should be allowed, principally permitted. And then limiting ground floor street-facing uses based on performance standards versus tourist-oriented use types, which we'll get to on the next slide, and then shrinking the area of Old Town where ground floor street-facing tenant spaces are so heavily limited to certain uses. So to achieve this, the proposed zoning includes streets that are designated as pedestrian-focused frontages, and then there's additional standards that apply to street-facing ground floor buildings on these streets. So some of these standards are for new buildings, you would need a 12-foot minimum ground floor ceiling height, and a minimum of 65% storefront transparency between 3 and 7 feet above the sidewalk, so at eye level. And then it would require the ground floor businesses to utilize these transparent storefronts during operating hours for visually interesting displays and or business activities. PFFs also prohibit ground floor street-facing residential uses, although on the PFFs that are shown in blue here, that prohibition is waived for high-density residential, which is defined as a density of 66 dwelling units per acre or greater. On the orange PFFs, active ground floor uses are required. This is the performance standards that I mentioned on the previous slide. The uses are considered active ground floor dependent uses if they're reliant on pedestrian foot traffic to function. They have frequent customer visits, they're open to the general public, they're open during regular business hours, and they sell goods consumed on site or carried away by customers or services of a personal or recreational nature. On the orange PFFs, no new offices are allowed in ground floor street-facing tenant spaces with windows and doors providing eye-level views into the building from the adjacent sidewalk. In addition to zoning, Chapter 4 of the WEP... So we received a lot of comments that more streets or all streets should be pedestrian-focused frontages because... yes, all streets should be subject to standards that make them attractive and inviting to pedestrians. But PFF standards are only appropriate for ground floor commercial storefronts. They aren't appropriate for areas with ground floor residential. And we really don't think adding more areas that require ground floor storefronts is a good idea because we're struggling to fill existing ground floor commercial storefronts. And the point of the update is in part to remove barriers to housing. We do, though, instead recommend other standards to ensure all streets are pedestrian friendly. For instance, we plan on adapting into the LCP update a zoning chapter dedicated to objective design standards, such as standards that prohibit blank walls, require prominent street-facing entrances, and require architectural details. We are working with our consultant, Ben Noble, on strengthening these standards and adding objective design standards unique to residential development, large developments, parking structures, etc. We want these objective standards to apply throughout the coastal zone, so we are proposing them in the upcoming LCP update rather than in the Waterfront Eureka plan. Okay, real quick, Chapter 4 also has these non-binding design guideline recommendations that are a condensed version of guidelines that the city adopted in 1997. And they're just recommended because new subjective design standards are prohibited by Housing Crisis Act, so they're not required. Also, the Chapter 4 has this pedestrian passageway requirement for sites in the commercial bayfront that have 500 feet or more of frontage, like the GNR metal site. If and when they redevelop, they are required to add a public access way from the first public road to the bayfront. And then chapters 5 through 9 are focused on specific topics. Man, I lost my... The major driver of implementing the WEP is private development that is consistent with and furthers the WEP's vision, but in many cases, public projects, programs, and other actions are needed to supplement and entice new development. So there's implementation actions for the city to take that are included in chapters 5 through 9 and grouped under overarching vision statements and strategies. Here are the 5 vision statements, and then under them there are 118 actions, which is insane. I don't know why we put so many in there, but there were so many good ideas that emerged from community and other interest holder comments on the 2023 public draft, as well as from a review of the city's existing long-range planning documents and conversations with the staff responsible for implementation, like community services, engineering, economic development, and we talked to others like the Humboldt Transit Authority staff. So chapter 10 includes an implementation matrix for the action items, which includes information on their sources, timing, and responsible parties. And then WEP Appendix D includes information on funding and financing, and Appendix E is on CEQA streamlining of future projects in the plan area. Also, the plan itself is a city, the adoption of it is a city discretionary action that triggers CEQA, but the city has already adopted an environmental impact report for our 2040 general plan in 2018, and that EIR, or environmental impact report, analyzed build out of the city through 2040, including up to 1,886 new residences and 1.6 million square feet of new non-residential uses. And there are provisions in CEQA that prohibit us from preparing another environmental document unless certain criteria are met. There needs to have been a substantial change to the project, a substantial change to the circumstances under which the project was undertaken or is to be undertaken, or any new information of substantial importance, and results in significant environmental effects or a substantial increase in the severity of previously identified significant effects. And the Waterfront Eureka Plan is aligned with the general plan and EIR, so none of these criteria were met. So instead of preparing a subsequent environmental impact report, we just did an addendum to the general plan EIR, which explains how the Waterfront Eureka Plan does not result in any new or substantially more severe significant effects than what was analyzed before. And that's attachment 3 to your staff report. The Planning Commission held a public hearing on April 23rd on the Waterfront Eureka Plan and voted unanimously to recommend council adopt the document. 3 community members spoke, and I've summarized what they said in your agenda summary. So staff is recommending that council hold a public hearing tonight and adopt a resolution adopting the Waterfront Eureka Plan and the associated CEQA addendum. And that's it for my presentation.
Great, thank you. Do we have any questions from council? Councilmember Castellano, you're next.
Okay, thank you. I'll ask a few and then maybe pass the mic. First, I would love a little clarification on the relationship between the Waterfront Eureka Plan, the local coastal plan, because I realize that this plan, there's a timing element in terms of needing to get it completed and submitted, but then later, we'll be updating the LCP. And so I'm curious if there are things maybe that we want to parse out a little bit in the LCP that aren't contradictory, but aren't clear, or could be a little bit, there could be nuanced differences, how that relationship might work.
That's a good question. The LCP can add to what the Waterfront Eureka Plan has going on. If they conflict, then we'll have to update the waterfront Eureka plan, but you can do an unlimited number of amendments to a specific plan every year. So if by the time, which hopefully is in the next 6 months, we come forward with the comprehensive LCP update and we've identified some changes that we want to make, we can do the amendment to the specific plan at the same time and adopt them together.
Very, very exciting. Great. I noticed that, I think I could be wrong in this, but in the PFF public facing frontage area, there was a sort of qualification or a kind of carve out for projects with 66 dwelling units per acre or more. And I was just curious, like, how that number came to be.
It's consistent with our standards in the inland zone.
Oh, okay.
So the benefit is it exceeds the density requirements in other areas. So yeah, if you're providing more housing, then we waive that ground floor requirement.
Great.
Yeah, it's higher than the minimum density for a high density residential district, which is 44 dwelling units an acre.
One of the things I'm curious about that I would be totally fine to wait for an LCP update, it would be something like an intermediary phase of maybe like a 30 to 66 units or something, I'm just spitballing here, where maybe there could be housing, but maybe like a pocket gallery, or something like that. That would be public facing, but would, like allow for more housing on that ground floor. Is that something that could be clarified later in the LCP update if we wanted to do something like that?
Yeah, yes. I think it could be, as I'm working with our consultant Ben Noble on objective design standards, it could just be something about if you're developing a big enough site that even if it's 100% residential, there's some part of the street facing ground floor that is transparent and like a community space, at least something that's interesting to look at.
Great. Thank you. And then I noticed, and I know that there will be, of course, some opportunities for things that already exist that maybe are different than this, just to be, I don't think grandfathered in is the right name anymore, but anyway, to be, adopted or to maintain. But I noticed that emergency shelters would not be allowed in this district moving forward. Did I get that right?
Yes, emergency shelters in the coastal zone are allowed in the general commercial, general industrial, and light industrial zoning districts. And it's the same in the inland code, except we've also amended it to allow them by right in the public facilities zoning districts.
Great. And then there's like special considerations if there's an emergency declaration that sort of allow for.
In the inland areas, if we have this emergency declaration that lets us trump our zoning for to allow an emergency shelter anywhere. Unfortunately, that doesn't apply in the coastal zone because we don't have control over our. I don't believe it applies in the coastal zone because of the Coastal Commission, the Coastal Act role in certifying our LCP and our zoning. It's like elevating it to state law, and then you have two conflicting state laws, and it gets confusing.
Great. Okay. Thank you. I think that's all. I have like things to think about, but I think that's all my questions for right now.
Great. Councilmember Bauer.
This is a heavy document, and it's really nice work. I mean, you covered everything, and we talked about this. I forget how long ago this plan, but it was fun to read. I do have a couple of concerns in Bayfront Flex, and on table 4.1, we're proposing to allow conditional use permits for vehicle sales and heavy equipment sales and service. Can we remove that? I only mean that as far as here you have a beautiful piece of coastline, and to turn into a a car dealership just doesn't sound that great to me.
Yeah, car dealerships would not be allowed. It has a footnote 7, so it's limited to uses that meet the definition of coastal dependent or coastal related. So to qualify as coastal dependent, you have to require a site on or adjacent to the shoreline to be able to function at all. And then coastal related is that you're completely dependent on a coastal dependent use. So I was thinking like outdoor sales of boats or kayaks, or we have, for instance, I don't know if this is still a plan, but at the Samoa Bridge boat launch, we're getting a new public restroom, and we were going to have storage for the, specifically boat storage and other storage for the, for water rescue kind of stuff. So each of the ones with the 7 by it, they only make sense if it's a coastal dependent or related thing.
I
And just on that topic, previously we were trying to court wing inflatables back when I was first hired a long time ago, and this would make a lot of sense for something like that.
Yeah, but heavy equipment sales and rental, I struggle with seeing a bunch of excavators parked out there for sale or for rent, you know.
Yeah, those would not be coastal dependent or related. We're really just talking boats.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, if it was a manual, say wind energy comes by, and there's ancillary industries, elevators, those type of things that require different types of boats that are bigger in order to service the turbines and stuff like that, that would be allowed.
That makes sense. Okay, thank you. And then on page 47, the pedestrian passageway, and I saw that there were some comments about that because it limits the hours if we build these passageways, right, between like 7 or 8 and 8. And is that something that could be flexible? Because if someone's going to work, you know, in a coastal dependent business, and they have to be there at 8 and they can't get through the passageway, I'm just thinking logistically for our residents, you know, maybe like 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., you know, something more reasonable, thinking about people that are employed down there or live down there.
Yeah, it currently reads at a minimum open to the general public from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Yeah.
So that could be changed. I don't think that would be a substantial change to the plan if that's something that council wanted to do. We were just thinking, we've had a lot of concerns from people about safety and desire to close things at night. And it was important to mention it because under the Coastal Act, you have to anticipate allowance of any sort of public closure of publicly accessible access ways in your document to then allow it in the future, you know? So that's why we were contemplating it, just in case somebody asked for it in the future. But
okay,
if you wanted to recommend removing it.
Maybe just a little bit on each side, you know, just to recognize that if people go out to dinner too, you know, and they're coming back late or whatever, just the opportunity to make it through a passage would be great. And I get that. I read throughout and I wrote that down, safety. I read that all over the place in the document, recognizing that people have concerns, you know, late at night probably. So, but just a little bit in there would be great for time. Well, I'll pass if someone else wants to go.
Councilmember Moulton?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to staff for this. There's so much work in this, and it just really shines through. I'm very appreciative of this. And also just the idea of having a really vibrant and inclusive old town that's got people living and working and shopping, and I think that's what old towns are made of, is the daily everything of life, and that's what makes it a place worth going. But that was a comment. I do have a question. Are there businesses that is there a type of business in California that is required to have a certain amount of their windows covered?
Yes. Go ahead, Caitlin.
Cannabis retail, on-site consumption.
So would the requirement to have 65% transparency then eliminate the possibility of cannabis retail and consumption in that zone?
Yeah, and I should clarify, I'm sorry, it's only consumption, so on-site consumption, sorry, not just not retail sales. So yes, if a consumption lounge came in, they could trump that regulation, but just for the consumption lounges, not the actual retail sales.
So by doing this, we're preventing consumption lounges from being in.
No. Yeah, we have the transparency standard already in the inland zone, and cannabis, the on-site consumption lounges in the inland zone have come in. We've told them, sorry.
Can I interrupt too?
Yes, thank you.
There's a ability to get admin adjustment approved if your ground floor use has unique operating characteristics that preclude transparency. So that's built in. You can get that exception.
Okay, so maybe the building has windows, but if it's a consumption lounge, they put up some frosting or something.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And then just out of curiosity, what happens to businesses that are out of compliance when the zoning changes?
We have these non-conforming provisions of the code, and if you're legally authorized under a previous code, you just keep operating. And so, for instance, the Cal Poly Humboldt students, they did a survey of my last capstone clients of ground floor and found that, I'm blanking on the exact percentage, but it was almost over 25% of the street-facing ground floor tenant frontage spaces are already occupied by offices. And so there's a concern, like once you get to a certain amount, you're gonna end up becoming a quieter office district, and you no longer have those destinations that people are coming to. You lose the there. And so those would not be allowed anymore as active. New offices wouldn't be allowed as active ground floor uses, but existing ones could remain. And as long as that tenant space is in continual operation, pretty much, new offices can occupy too. So you can keep renting to offices over time. And if you have less than 65% transparency, if you have 30%, you just can't go lower than 30%. So you just can't become more non-conforming, but you're not forced to bump up in any way.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Councilmember Bauer?
I'll just make a comment. I'm totally disappointed that you took telegraph offices out of the new plan, and soda fountains too. I was really sad by that. But for the Wooner, what do they call it? Wooners?
Yeah, Wooners.
So, and I really like that idea. I think that's awesome. I guess we can amend it if we wanted to do more area at some future point, right? It'd be no big deal. I mean, we're planning on hopefully a little bit, but if we think it's great and businesses love it, we would do more.
Of course.
Okay, no big deal. All right, thank you.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Thank you. You touched on the reduction potentially of generic use types, and you'd referred to general retail, indoor small, and looks like we currently have 73. So what would we be consolidating that to potentially?
Oh, of all of the current use types for conditional uses, I don't know. I haven't counted it, but it's not. It's a handful.
Yeah. It's not 73 anymore.
No.
Yeah. No. I just wanted a general idea. So thank you. And then just brief commentary. The idea of housing on top of these retail and offices. I'm glad we've taken that into consideration. Much to the dismay of those who thought we were just going to house people in offices just a few years ago. So this is a nice middle ground, I would consider.
Councilmember Castellano.
Oh, just a quick, the lighting section. Is there any attention to like darks? I know we've talked about dark skies restrictions. Is that something that could be added in, or?
Yes. So that is something that we are going to apply coastal zone wide. So we didn't include, we avoided including anything that's going to be coastal zone wide in the waterfront Eureka plan, so that we don't have the same regulations in two different places.
Gotcha. So that'll be in the LCP then.
Yeah, and it's going to be reflecting our inland zoning code, which already requires dark sky compliant, but we're going to add a color temperature because that's important to California Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Yep. And this is just what I could say it, but I'm saying it now. Sometimes when we talk about the city of Eureka's historic character, historic culture, I also just want to say, like, there's contemporary culture. There's, like, artists and culture keepers, like, actively creating things now. So just to, keep in mind when we're referencing history to also, like, reference the ongoing creation and work of culture keepers and artists.
Thank you. So if there are no further questions? Yes, no? We will open this public hearing. Is there anyone here from the audience that came to comment on this item? Seeing none, is there anyone on Zoom who came to comment on this public hearing?
Colin?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Colin Fisk with CRTP, the Coalition for Responsible Transportation Priorities. We broadly support the Waterfront Eureka Plan and its focus on denser, more mixed use and more bike, pedestrian, and transit-friendly development standards in this core part of the city. And we really appreciate all of the staff time and energy that have gone into developing and refining the plan. We are requesting a few modifications to the plan. And the associated LCP and coastal zoning update, which will come to you later. But given the grant timelines, we do recommend that you adopt the plan tonight, along with some direction to staff for future changes. So we have 5 specific requests. One is to remove minimum parking mandates for new developments in the coastal zone and also in the inland parts of the city. Eureka's plans and policy documents acknowledge that these mandates are problematic and restrict new housing supply. And a number of years ago, Eureka led the way in loosening parking mandates and providing needed exceptions. Now it's just time to get rid of them altogether, as, for example, the city of Arcata is in the process of doing, and hundreds of other cities and counties and communities nationwide. There's no scientific basis for parking mandates, and their negative effects on housing production as well as walkability and pollution are well documented. Number 2 is to add specific policies calling for universal design for all users of the public right-of-way. In other words, committing to designing bike and pedestrian and transit and vehicular infrastructure so that it can be safely and conveniently used and enjoyed by people of all ages and all abilities and disabilities. Number 3 is to specify that those pedestrian passageways you were talking about are public rights of way for transportation and should not be closed or time restricted, just like we don't close or time restrict roads for other transportation purposes. Number 4 is to explore expansion of the Woonurf design to more Old Town blocks, and particularly connecting to the future C Street Bike Boulevard. And finally, number 5 is, given the existing imbalance of housing and commercial space, to allow ground floor residential in more areas, provided that it does meet design standards pertaining to architectural relief and landscaping and so forth, to ensure those pedestrian-friendly frontages. So in sum, we do ask that you approve the plan this evening. We're also directing staff to come back with those changes related to parking reform, universal design, pedestrian passageways, Woonurfs, and ground floor housing at a later date. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin.
Guava?
Hey, I would like to talk about Bill 1040 for a second.
I'm sorry, this is not the time to do that, Guava. This is actually a public hearing for our waterfront coastal
Oh, my bad.
water. Yeah, thank you. But you can stay on, Guava, and you can speak after the city manager reports. We'll let you know. Okay.
Jen?
Hello, everyone. My name's Jennifer Kalt. I'm with Humboldt Waterkeeper, and I would like to echo what Colin Fisk just said, and also would like to especially reinforce the idea of eliminating parking minimums. There's been a lot of studies showing that this is the single policy that can make the biggest difference in increasing housing, new development. So, in addition, the parking lots cause a lot of stormwater pollution and, require toxic pavement sealers and, the cars parking there leak oil. And I think we could all agree that we probably don't want a lot of that along our waterfront on Humboldt Bay. So I hope you will consider eliminating the parking minimums altogether in the Eureka waterfront plan and adopt it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen.
Raylena?
Hi, good evening. Thank you very much for this very illuminating presentation and a very well thought out plan for a bright future in Eureka's waterfront district. I wanted to call out some of the things that I thought were pretty exceptional that I would utilize as some of the biggest support for adopting this plan tonight, especially 3.2E and 3.2G that call out all seasons market in public parks or parking lots, as well as the mini transit routes that are proposed by HDA and the shuttle loop outlined in 2.5F. I do believe that woofners and street calming devices would be a really great way to increase pedestrian traffic and overall interactivity within the Old Town district and this waterfront district. One thing that I would suggest staff to look at later on is just creating some more avenues for flexibility within wall transparency for retail spaces. With having some experience in the retail world, sunlight can be a big factor in degradation of products and materials within a storefront. And so having some sort of exchange where if there is a blank wall, potentially contributing funds from developers or property owners into a mural fund to help support interesting and interactive frontages. I'm most excited about 4.3B addressing the upper floor vacancies, something that has been called out many, many times over the years in Old Town as one of the biggest blockages to increasing residential use of Old Town area. This is a really dense document and, big hands to all of the planning department and staff that put a lot of time, effort, and work into this. It's a really, really well thought out document, and I would encourage council to adopt it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Raylena.
Cheese?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Welcome.
Again, I just want to echo the sentiment that was echoed like a couple of council meetings ago, that it feels disingenuous to talk about
So,
beautifying
Cheese, I'm sorry, this isn't the appropriate time for you to be discussing this. You can speak after the city council or city manager reports.
Well, this is related to the murals.
Oh, well then go ahead.
It feels disingenuous to be talking about beautifying Eureka and like painting murals and waterfront parking when people are sleeping on the streets. These things feel very related, like you're talking about development of like downtown Eureka's like economy, when we're like facing some very prevalent issues that the community is trying to raise awareness about. I like art and murals, but also I like a healthy community, and when my community is like supported. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Thank you, Cheese. Okay, so seeing no one, do you see anyone else?
I see no one else on Zoom.
So seeing no one else, we will return it to council for a motion. Councilmember Castellano.
I have a follow-up question. Sorry.
Can we
I'll
get
be
a
quick.
motion
Is
first?
specific.
Excuse me. Can we get a motion first
Sure,
and a second, and then we'll
Okay,
discuss?
let me open up that document.
Thank you.
Okay, I move to hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution of the City Council adopting the Waterfront Eureka Plan and associated addendum to the 2040 General Plan Environmental Impact Report.
Second.
Great. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, no, please vote. No, not
No.
vote.
No.
Please discuss.
Whoa.
Councilmember Castellano, and then you're next. Councilmember Walton.
I was curious a little. I want to reiterate all of the appreciation for all of the work that went into this. Like, y'all are amazing, and thank you, and much appreciated. And so I was curious in terms of parking because I understand that parking requirements are waived within 1 mile of a transit area, which that would cover much of the area, but just basically the library district would be the district that would not be covered. There's sort of like a, yeah. Can you speak to that?
Within a half mile of a major transit stop, and there's where the Earth Center's going, 3rd and H, that's already a major transit stop. So it's it's all of Old Town, and it's the only parts that are out of it are the eastern parts of the library district and the commercial bayfront. And currently staff was planning on, with the LCP update, adopting what we have in the inland zoning code, which does still include parking ratios, although it has a lot of exceptions and reductions. So if council wants us to go a different direction, we're open to that.
Okay. I do generally support, waiving parking requirements, especially when so much of the planning area already will have them waived. I think for consistency purposes, it would make sense just to extend that out. And generally, I'm in support of the recommendations made by the public commenters, and also understand that for some of them, we may need to wait for the LCP, and that's totally okay with me. That's all I have to say. Sorry, thanks.
Any further comments? Please vote.
Four yes votes. Councilmember Contreras-Deloche absent. Motion carries.
And this will move us to the consent calendar. Notice to the public, all matters listed under this category are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted by one motion. Pursuant to City Council Resolution 2011-22, if a member of the public would like an item on the consent calendar pulled and discussed separately, the request shall be made to a council member prior to the meeting. Unless a specific request is made by a council member, the consent calendar will not be read, and there will be no separate discussion of these items. And my understanding is F4 and F8 will be pulled. Is there anything further? Okay, so can we get a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I'll move to approve the balance of the consent calendar minus F4 and F8.
Second.
Okay, please vote. Okay. And
Four yes votes. Councilmember Contreras-Deloche absent. Motion carries.
And it looks like we're 9 minutes away from extending the meeting, so we might want to just do that before we start F4.
I move to extend the meeting until push the wrong button. I move to extend the meeting until 10:30.
Second.
Okay. Please vote.
Four yes votes. Councilmember Contreras-Deloche absent. Motion carries.
Great. And so we will look at F4, which is Elk River WWTP Wet Weather Improvements Bid number 2025-5 award with City Engineer Willer. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight we have the Elk River Wastewater Treatment Plant Wet Weather Improvements Award on the consent calendar. This project, a little background first, this project is really helping us meet requirements of our waste discharge permit. we covered a lot of this project in our last special meeting, but that's a big driver for this project is keeping us compliance with our waste discharge requirements. We have a consent decree, or we have a requirement in that waste discharge requirement of basically being in compliance by July 1st, 2028. So it's a very important project from the standpoint of maintaining compliance with our waste discharge requirements. We've been in the design phase for a little over a year now, and we're at the point where we've bid the project a few weeks ago. We had 3 bidders that bid the project, and we had a low bidder in McCullough Construction. We did receive a bid protest shortly after the bid opening from Wallen Construction. Those materials were provided to you in your agenda packet. Staff and council reviewed the bid protest, the response to the bid protest, and then we issued our determination regarding those documents, all of which again are in your council packet. We never take bid protests lightly. The bid protest was thoroughly reviewed by staff and special counsel, which is a private attorney. Our evaluation looked at 2 overarching areas for the bid proposal, which was responsiveness and responsibility. Responsiveness is specifically looking at how the bid document was completed and executed by the proposer. The responsibility is looking at the trustworthiness, the quality, the fitness and capacity and experience of the proposer. And both those things are looked at in 2 different lights. Responsiveness, is the document complete? Did they fill in? Did they complete everything? Did they provide all the information that was asked for in the requests? And then responsibility, really, did they have the proper licensure, and are they do they meet those general requirements? We ask questions regarding the contractor about their ability to do some of the work that was brought into question in the bid protest, and specifically bid item 28, which is dewatering of biosolids and disposal of biosolids. They responded back, which was also covered in their response letter, that they had experience and were capable to complete that. They were going to self-perform the work, which was different than the other 2 proposals who had hired or had elicited a subconsultant to do that particular bid item work. We, through our evaluation, we did not find any evidence that the low bidder would not be able to perform the work. And there was no legal grounds or evidence for rejecting McCullough's bid as non-responsive, or for disqualifying McCullough as non-responsive. With that, I'll open up for any questions.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions from Councilmember Fernandez?
Yeah, thank you for, well, I don't know if it was you that put together the response. Okay, yeah, thank you for that. Then it's a really in-depth letter, and so defining responsible bidder, I appreciate that. It seems that the core issue at this then is bid item 28, where there seems to be a dispute on the use of, or just that they wouldn't be using a subcontractor. Is that correct?
There's a number of allegations in the bid I don't know, my brain just turned off on me on the bid protest. Sorry, there's a number of allegations in there that kind of cover a range of that category of responsive, and then also responsibility. So it's not just that. It does, in the end, come back to that. It seems like in a number of ways, that item.
Item 28?
Yeah.
Okay. And so then in that regard, would it be, trying to find the terminology here in my head right now, so it seems like we're on the same. In that regard, then, the use of a subcontractor, if they were to determine in the future and issue a change order, then what would happen there at that point? It's not going to happen. I'm seeing the city manager shake his head no.
Well, we don't. We can't speculate as to that when we review a bid like this. And what we do across all of our bid documents is, we review for, again, that have they been responsive? And then we look at the responsibility from the standpoint, have they shown us that they have the licensure? We don't go do with every bid like this, go look and see like what are all their qualifications. It's not a qualifications base. This is, we're following state bidding policies as well as our own procurement policies when it comes to that. So if something does happen in the future, that's a separate thing from the actual award of the bid. When you get down to what's going to happen in construction, a change order, are they not able to meet those requirements? They've said in their response letter that they are more than qualified and are going to be able to meet the requirements of the contract. And that's really, at this phase of the game, that's what we really can look at is, have they said that they can complete it, and have they filled out their bid form and shown that they're capable?
And the reason I was shaking my head, because if I took it at face value and the way that I took it was that if the contractor that gets awarded this was to come back to us and say, I'm not going to do this component of the bid and I'm going to hire a subcontractor, therefore you have to pay me more money. No, that would not be a justification for a change order.
Okay.
Councilmember Bauer.
I just have a question about the bid process. So if we reject, I don't think we've ever done this. If we reject the lowest bid, what happens? I mean, I think as far as the process goes, are we subject to litigation? How does that work?
Yes, most likely. If we were to say reject, it depends on what we were rejecting the bid on, of course. If we were to reject the low bid on responsiveness, right now it's difficult to say. There doesn't seem to be anything that they're not responsive as far as their bid. If we were to reject it on responsibility, then we would certainly open ourselves up. They would be allowed to have a hearing and go through a process where they'd be able to, respond to why they are responsive to the bid. So there would be an extended legal scenario that would follow after that. And as far as our council giving us direction, it doesn't seem that that's been favorable as far as the outcome for somebody trying to reject a bidder in this case, with the scenario that we have in front of us.
Thank you.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Going off of that notion, then would it be permissible then to say that we would put this out for another bid? Not saying no, they're welcome to do it again, but given the circumstances, we would like to see what else there is. Or is it just a flat no? Or yes?
I'll say that based on our legal counsel, we hire an attorney that is an expert in public contract code and goes through these processes for a very long period of time. We've used her for not only issues like this, but also for developing contract documents for federal and state funding for all of these things related to public works projects. Based on her expert opinion, the bid protest that was submitted did not qualify for any reasoning to reject the bid. And so as staff, we're recommending that we do not reject the bid and move forward with the lowest responsive bidder.
And I think to answer a little bit more, I think if we were to, we'd have to reject, if we're going to go in another direction, we'd have to reject all the bids and then put it back out to bid. And one of the questions we talked through is like, well, what would you change in order to, make that? And there's not a lot that we would change in the bid when we put it back out. So then we'd be putting it back out in a similar manner. We have the same bid pool. We'd be getting likely a similar result.
Okay. Thank you for answering it with that. That was what I was going for. Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? Seeing no one, we'll open this item up for public comment. Is there anyone from the audience that'd like to care to speak on this matter? Yeah, come on up. Welcome.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Cody Freitas, and I'm with Operating Engineers Local 3. The Elk River Wastewater Treatment Plant project has McCullough Construction as the low and apparent bidder. Staff and council determinations are discussed in response to Wallen Construction's bid, fairly specific to bid item 28. I want to address the quality assurance section of the dewatering specs. This section demands the use of a qualified subcontractor or an approved plan if self-performed. In the documents I have been able to find, I do not believe that McCullough submitted a plan for this section designed by a civil engineer and approved by the owner of this project, being yourselves. It is my professional opinion that McCullough's bid is non-responsive since they did not use a qualified sub and did not provide an approved scope of work when they elected to self-perform. It wasn't until McCullough's responded to the protest that they claimed they, quote, intend to build one piece of specialty equipment in its shop using material on hand, therefore substantially reducing specialty equipment rental costs, and that they view their process as a confidential trade secret. And now they are prepared to share that with the city and explain it in detail. To me, that sounds as if they are admitting they did not have a plan designed by a civil engineer and approved by the city at the time of the bid, making their bid non-responsive. Their response letter goes on to defend their responsibility as a bidder, citing 50 years of experience working on waste treatment and utilizing their Class A license. But when I do a simple search with the Contractor State License Board, it comes up that they have only held this Class A license since 1995, so only 30 years this year. A subcontractor, Synagro, who over 40 years of in-industry experience handling Class 2 biosolids can be verified, was listed as a qualified sub by the other two bidders, submitted a letter to the city engineers and others. I was able to confirm pricing at the per ton of biosolids being fairly consistent between Synagro and other contractors qualified to perform this scope of work on multiple similar projects. This industry standard of pricing shows more issue with the bid. If any contractor with supposedly 50 years of experience in this field had the ability to fabricate one piece of equipment out of spare parts that just happened to be on hand and effectively reduce the cost of processing, treating, transporting, and disposing of a Class 2 biosolid waste by 80% of the industry standard, we would be discussing them revolutionizing the waste sector, not as a non-responsive bidder. Again, it is my professional opinion, with the information available to me, that McCullough's bid should be struck due to it being non-responsive to Section 312319, dewatering subsection 3.3, quality assurance of the specs of this project. Another option available is for the city to rebid this project under Section 11 of the bid documents, the reservation of rights. Just know that rebidding this project will take more time when you had two bidders that followed your specs the first time. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate how complicated this is with responsiveness and responsibility in these projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Do you see anybody on Zoom?
I see no one on Zoom.
Okay. Are you coming up? Oh, come on. Come on up. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Chelsea Rios, and I'm a project manager for McCullough Construction, and I was one that completed the bid documents that you received for this bid. I just wanted to touch on something that the previous speaker brought up about not submitting a civil engineered stamped plan. That is not a requirement at the time of bid. That is a submittal and a submittal process that happens after the awarded contractor is awarded. We do have a great plan, and we have thought it very well through, and we do have civil engineers that we work with to have this plan and submit it to the city when awarded the contract. So because that was not required at the time of bid, we did not submit it, but we have spoken with city staff of what our plan is. It is much more than one piece of equipment that is at our shop. We think that the price that was given to us by Synagro, which is the subcontractor that other contractors listed, we felt like we could offer something with our expertise and our correct licensing. We are an A licensed contractor with also a hazmat certification through the California State License Board, as well as the ability to haul hazmat commodities. So we felt like we could come up with a better plan that would offer something to the city and ultimately to our taxpayers at a lower cost. We are confident in what we can do, and we are excited to share that with you and mimic what some of the other local cities have been doing around you. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Dina McCullough, one of the owners of McCullough Construction, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I would like to point out that what the previous speaker, not Chelsea, but the previous speaker didn't fail to mention is Synagro is an out-of-state subcontractor with substantial cost that would be borne by employing that person as a subcontractor as well. And I think all the letters speak to that as well, that you have in your packet. And not only do we have 30 years of experience in the construction field, heavy civil work that McCullough has done, but also we have also done wastewater treatment as well, or this disposal of wastewater for many years prior to that. The owners also were plumbers and have the ability and to transport and know a lot about the conditions that we will be incurring here on this project. So prior to 1995, we were also employed in the plumbing field as well. So that was missed by the previous speaker as well. So we are excited about this project. We are local contractors, and as the previous speaker did, he represents the union and is not in favor of us getting this project, plainly for that reason, I'm sure. But we are excited to employ local people, prevailing wage projects, and offer a great project. And we love to see that come to fruition. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else? Okay, seeing no one, we'll bring it back to council for a motion and a second, and then some discussion. Councilmember Castellano.
Sorry, I'm scrolling through. Okay. I move to declare McCullough Construction the low bidder for bid number 2025-5 Elk River Wastewater Treatment Plant Wet Weather Improvements Project, and award bid number 2025-5 to McCullough Construction for the amount of $16,885,548 and approve $20 million for construction, which includes approximately 18% for construction, engineering services, construction management services, and contingency.
We'll need a, okay, I was gonna say we'll need a second
I'll
for
second
discussion.
for discussion.
Great. Okay. Are there any comments? No comments? Questions? Okay. Please vote.
Four yes votes, Councilmember Contreras Deloche absent, motion carries.
Thank you. That takes us to F8, Budget Policies for Streets and Facilities Update with Director Millar. Hello.
Good evening. So this item is an update to policy numbers 2.68 and 2.69. These are budget policies that essentially dedicate a portion of our Measure H revenues towards both street projects and facility projects. At the April 22nd special meeting, the city engineer and I did a joint presentation that had to do with the city's capital improvement plan. My section was about the financing of some large projects. Due to the size of the facility projects and the debt service payment that will be required to do those projects, staff recommended adjusting these policies so that $1 million of Measure H funds would go towards facilities and $2 million would go towards street projects.
Okay.
I would be happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Councilmember Fernandez?
Right. And so that 2 million is a reduction from the 2.5, but it doesn't have the impact that people think that it's going to have on the streets, because we've been coming in under that amount, if I recall correctly.
If I could show you something from a a presentation I prepared for another item. I think that would help answer that question. Yeah.
Yeah, just to be clear, this is just related to the Measure H funding. There's more funding overall that goes towards streets on an annual basis, not only from the gas tax and other funds that we go towards. But Lane will cover your question.
Right. This is just Measure H. But again, it's that understanding that we're reallocating the funds, but it's not reducing the work that's being done on the streets. Yeah.
This one. I could say one.
So later tonight, I will go over the 5-year financial plan, and as part of this report, I touched on a section of our expenditures that fall in the category of transfers. This includes transfers for projects. You can see for fiscal year 25-26, we are recommending $2 million to the Street Improvement Fund. To give you an example of our annual investment for street improvements, I created this 20-year chart that looks backwards and forwards. If you notice down here between fiscal years 12-13 and fiscal year 2021, this was prior to Measure H. The city spent an average of about $400,000 per year on street projects.
Yeah.
Once Measure H was approved, that number essentially shot up between fiscal years 21-22 and 24-25 to about $3.2 million per year. What's bringing down that average is in 24-25, we decided to dedicate $1 million to the Bay to Zoo Trail that would have gone to street improvements. So if we look out into the future, what we're looking at is essentially about $3.5 million dedicated to street improvements. So if we're able to maintain that, which I think we will be, that average is actually greater than what we've seen so far. That orange line represents no change in policy. So that would mean that we would continue to invest about $2.5 million for Measure H. So when you compare that line to the line that we're proposing, that's just a 12.5% reduction. I believe this shows that we're still very much dedicated to improving our street infrastructure.
I'll ask more questions once we get to the forecast portion, but that answers this. We're good. Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay. Is there anyone from the public that would like to comment on this item? Do you see anybody on Zoom? No?
I see no one on Zoom.
Great. So we'll return it to council for a motion and a second.
Can I just move staff recommendation?
Second.
There we go.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any comments? Please vote.
4 yes votes. Councilmember Contreras Deloche absent. Motion carries.
Great. So this moves us to reports and action items. Capital Improvement Program 2025 with...
Wedge action.
Oh, legislative action correspondence. You get me every time, don't you? Councilmember Bauer.
Yeah, there are two bills that the League of California Cities recommends our support for, AB 736 and SB 417. And they are a $10 billion housing bond to finance affordable rental housing and home ownership programs. Kind of seems like a no-brainer. Yeah, so they're, the Assembly and Senate.
Yeah,
it's the same.
It's the corresponding bill.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's what I was asking. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Cool.
Great.
Just so staff is clear, I didn't hear it correct. AB 736 and SB 417.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That takes us, thank you, Councilmember Bauer. That takes us to the Capital Improvement Program 2025 with City Engineer Willer.
All right, I think we're we're seeing some movement on the screen, so I think we're getting the presentation pulled up.
What's going on?
Stuff at the bottom.
So to start off with, though, I want to put a great appreciation out there to all the different departments and the staff members who have worked on all these projects. We're about ready to chat about a little bit. Sorry. No problem.
I don't know what's going on. There it goes.
We have a lot of people putting in a lot of hard work on a lot of projects, and I am simply the messenger here, and so really want to put, heartfelt thanks out to all their efforts that they put into bringing a lot of really important projects and getting those implemented here in the city of Eureka. So starting off, we did talk, I guess, to step back a little bit, we did have a special meeting on the 22nd where we covered a couple sections. It was intended to provide some background information in part to what we just were discussing with Director Millar. So tonight I'll be covering 5 of the 7 sections, so it'll be a little shorter than normal. And those sections that we covered last time were land and facilities and the wastewater section. So tonight we'll be focusing on the other 5, but we'll still go through and we'll run through what a capital improvement program is. We'll talk about our completed and current projects, and then we'll get into those categories of projects and what we're looking at in the next 5 years. Generally, a CIP is a short-term plan which identifies capital projects and provides a planning schedule and options to finance the plan. We want to provide orderly implementation of the goals of the general plan and strategic vision documents, and we want to produce projects that are implemented in an orderly and timely basis, and with sound financial budgeting to accompany them. And really what we're getting down to is maintaining and replacing our aging infrastructure. We are a historic city, incorporated in 1856, and those pipes in the grounds, the pavements, the sidewalks, they all have a certain service life, and as we move through time, those need to be maintained and replaced. Deferred maintenance is a topic that comes up in capital programming when you discuss how infrastructure decays over time and the not having funds to keep up with that reduction in the quality of the different infrastructure. We see those, you see that come to light in our streets where they start to degrade. We see pipes, water mains, spring leaks, sewer mains have holes in them that cause sinkholes in the roads. All those things are a result of deferred maintenance over time. And that's what we're trying to plan for here in the future. But first, let's talk a little bit about our successes. And so some of that will be with our projects that we've completed in the last year, and then also projects that are still in the works here. A great opportunity for us to give you an update on what's going on. One project that was completed in this last year was installing fender piles at the Fisherman's Terminal. This particular facility, the majority of the fender piles had failed and were no longer attached to the facility any longer, making it hazardous for fishing vessels to dock and load and unload goods off their ships. So this project was completed in this last year. So brand new fender piles that have a long-term they're built for the long term, so rather than wood, we're using plastic. That's a great project to keep the waterfront active. At the police and fire department, these were the existing generators there. Both these generators were replaced with new units, so that our fire station 1 and the police station will be fully operable if power goes out or during an emergency, so they can be responsive to our needs. The municipal auditorium roof was in need of fixing leaks. Here you can see the end product of a project to repair the leaky roof over the auditorium section of the municipal auditorium. At the high tank facility, so this is at the Harrison K facility, we replaced, what you see in the background there is the old shed that housed the pumps for the high system. And those pumps were ready to be replaced, as well as the structure. This is what the new structure over there looks like now. It's able to house all of those new pumps and materials, as well as all the electronics, and keep it out of the weather, and to keep that facility operable so we can deliver water to the city. In this last year, we completed a project to install solar panels on the reservoir in order to offset energy use at not only the water treatment facility, but also at the zoo. So this is a really cool project. Here's what the panels look like up on top of the reservoir now. So that's great to have that project up and running and offsetting energy uses at those facilities. Over the last couple of years, we've been working on refitting our major pump stations that deliver wastewater across the city to the Elk River wastewater treatment plant. Here you see the insides of one of the dry well side of our pump stations. We completed construction of the last two of the three that needed to be upgraded. Takes a lot of very large pipe fittings, and the end product looks like this. Not very exciting to most folks, but to the longevity and the operableness of our system, it's really important. And I know there's a lot of operators that are sleeping better at night knowing this infrastructure is in there. We also completed the final installment of evaluating our wastewater collection system. In the previous years, we had a contract to have a firm come in and clean camera and smoke test and rate all of half of our system. And then we're finished up with that project now. So we've actually cameraed the entire system and evaluated the condition of those sewer mains. This was a requirement of our consent decree. And so this is now being completed, and we're moving past it. But this project will really help give us a lot of insight into what all of the different sewer mains, manholes, what the system looks like on the inside, and we'll be able to use this to plan accordingly to really focus in on areas of need and repair. Now we're going to shift to in-progress projects. Here, this is a photo of the underside of the Samoa Bridge where the boat ramp is. The plan is to replace this or to upgrade this boat ramp here and make it much more accessible and usable and functional. And the project is, I believe it's primarily almost through design and waiting on funding to become available. The project down off of Hillficker Lane, Crowley property. This is one of the kind of intermediate photos of what the area looks like after it was initially paved and utilities were stubbed up. Now we see some of those units being completed out there. So we're getting very close to having this facility up and running. There's still definitely a few things to do. It's taken an incredible effort by staff to get it to this point, as well as all the volunteers and donations that came in to bring this project together. So it's been a lot of hands-on effort to move this one forward, and so definitely appreciate the efforts by staff on this. City Hall modernization. This is a project to address the curtain wall system, the elevator, and the HVAC system in City Hall. The HVAC system is partially functions throughout the building. There's zones where it doesn't function at all. The windows, and the curtain wall, what I refer to as the windows that surround the building, are a lot of in disrepair. Whether they leak, the windows don't close. They generally don't have the same thermal capabilities that they've had in the past. So this project is to look at those core needs, and then also try to get at some of the other needs as far as accessibility with restrooms, some other kind of needs for the building. Dias Park. This one is in construction currently and is nearing completion. My understanding is that this summer in August they will be doing a ribbon cutting. Here you can see the rendering of the amazing egret play structure, and then here is the egret going into the park there. It's really cool. So we'll look forward to that here in this summer. Beta Zoo Trail. So this project is in design. We're currently in the design and right-of-way phases, and we'll be having a community outreach meeting on the 28th of this month at Zane Middle School, 5:30. Come join us. This is a project to connect the Eureka Waterfront Trail to Sequoia Park in the south of the city. It's a trail that runs along the east side and is a major transportation corridor that's off, for the most part, off of the vehicle traveled pathway, which is a great safety improvement for the city to keep cyclists or pedestrians off of busy roadways. Improvements will include trail sections, boardwalks, bridges. There'll be a roundabout on Myrtle, which will help with pedestrian crossings at Myrtle, as well as slowing down traffic on Myrtle, which it can be a safety concern there. There will also be high visibility crossings installed at Boone and Harris, where the trail crosses those busy streets. This would fall in the completed section. Somehow it got in progress, but the Highland Park improvements, I believe, are now complete. Here you see on the left, it really sets the stage for what the change has been out there, where you see the old building on the left and the new facility on the right, really modernized and makes it look really nice there, really inviting. Here you see the playground structure and the new courts there. These pictures are from today, so it's definitely getting a lot of use out there. It's really cool to see. This is a project that's coming down the road. I wish I had some graphics for it, but I wasn't able to get those. But this is a Chinatown monument. This will be being installed at First and E Streets, and it'll kind of go in this zone here, this landscaped area here, and we'll have some informational items and an archway is what the plan is. It's still in design, but they're moving ahead on, I think they're at 60% design level and cruising ahead. So that's really exciting. Everybody's always interested in the zoo. The red panda habitat is getting some work currently. So this is a photo of what it might look like recently. But the hope is to have that up and having available for the pandas' use this summer. We continue to finalize our automated meter read project. At this point, the majority of the AMRs have been replaced, and now we're focusing on replacing some of the boxes and lids, as well as a few final AMRs in order to complete this project. So you'll still see our water crew around town working on replacements, and now they'll be cutting squares out of sidewalk where we have broken water meter boxes that need replacements. The operations complex, or courtyard improvements, as it's been called over the years. This is relocating the courtyard facility from 14th and Short over to 101 Broadway by the cemetery there. And this project is in design, and currently we should be getting some bids for the first phase of work coming in this week. So we will know a little bit more about where we fall in with the bid numbers and ability to move ahead with the first phase of work, which would be the ground, working on the groundwork there, the earthwork, so I'm trying to say, and getting everything prepped as far as utilities, groundwork, roads, ahead of building construction, which would be the second phase of work. lateral project. We have a annual lateral project that we do every year to help assist with the sewer lateral ordinance. This project we are attempting for this year includes this is actually for the 2024 season. We're attempting to do about 70 laterals in the project across the city at various locations. So that's what when you see people trenching across the roadway, that's often what that project is for. And Lumber Hills booster tank improvements there. We have improvements to the fire pump system, which is an existing diesel fire pump that is on its way out and on its last legs. So the intent is to replace that diesel fire pump to provide fire protection for the Lumber Hills area, as well as provide backup generation for this facility. So that's the two parts to that project, and that one is still in the design phase. West Side Flood Reduction and Sea Level and Climate Change Adaptation Project. This is a project on the west side, like Del Norte, Coster, all the way up to Commercial. This is looking at reducing flooding on Washington and Coster. And also it's a multi-benefit project that looks at not only flood reduction, but sea level rise adaptation, trash capture, water quality improvements. These are all things that this project is trying to hit across the board. We have 3 different grant funding sources. One that's been a total pain in the rear has been FEMA, of course, the federal funding. So they keep dragging us along, having us have to get extensions from our other funding agencies who've been gracious enough to do that. It's about a $8.5 million project currently, and we're pretty much through design and having our permits in hand. So waiting for that last push from FEMA to get us moving on that project. So this project is nearly complete. You may have seen this out in the first slough. This is the first slough fish passage project, which included doing some channel work back behind the skate park off of down in Cooper Gulch by Cooper Park. There was also a replacement of the culvert at 14th Street, a replacement of a culvert at M Street. Both these replacements were intended to open up for fish passage and increase the habitat viability here. This is a really incredible thing to see the culvert go in, which is this culvert in particular is at 14th Street, the one on the right-hand side. This is about a 10-foot diameter culvert. It's got filled in with stream bed material there. So fish, other aquatic species, other wildlife can use it really as a corridor to move up and down the stream there. So that one those 2 culverts were installed last year. We have some final work this year. There was some erosion that happened. We're going to get in there and repair that erosion. We're also going to look at some work on some bridges in the Cooper Gulch area where there was some where the waters caused some settling of one of the bridges. And so hopefully we have some grant funds that we can put towards continuing to make this a stabilized channel, and also have a couple other improvements along the way there in Cooper Gulch. So with that wraps up our completed and in progress section. Again, we have already covered land facilities and wastewater at the last meeting, so I'll move ahead with harbor and waterfront right now. We have one project on the slate for this year, and I'll probably focus maybe on this, for this presentation on what's coming up this year versus the out years. In this case, we have the Commercial Street fueling facility. This is a project currently to replace underground fuel tanks at the end of Commercial Street where England Marine used to be located down there. That's where the marine fuel facility is located that basically provides all the fueling for the bay. We are looking at removing 4 underground storage tanks there and replacing them with above ground storage tanks. This is a project that's driven by regulatory requirements where we need to have those tanks taken off the line by the end of the year. So we're steaming ahead in the design phase currently, and hopefully we'll be working hard to see some action happen out there real quick to get those new tanks installed. That's what it looks like now for 10,000 gallon tanks. need to come out. Not a lot coming up in this next year, but out years still continue to look at fiber optic network upgrade for city facilities. We covered land and facilities at the last meeting, nothing new here. Parks and Recreation, they've been extremely busy on work. We already covered some of those projects that have started in the last year with the Chinatown Monument. They also have some improvements to Sequoia Park that they're working on as far as the playground there, phase 2 of the playground at Sequoia Park. There's also some zoo work going on. We talked about the red panda. There's also a wildlife kiosk that they're looking at moving ahead and installing, all grant and donation funded as far as the parks and zoo master plan. So really cool to see that money coming in and going into these facilities. But that's what those dollars there are for. And then we have streets and storm drains. I'll run through all these projects as they're all important. The first project is our street reconstruction overlays maintenance project. That this year we're looking at a list of streets, which we'll talk about here in a moment. We'll go into more detail on that one. Safety improvement project there, you see that $850,000. That's a grant from the HSIP program, the Highway Safety Improvement Program. Those dollars we're going to roll into a single project with our maintenance projects so that we can include those safety improvements and paving on Boone Street. That's the one that one's targeted on Boone. The storm drain improvements, that was what we talked about with the West Side project. So that's what that $2 million showed there. That is in hopes that FEMA gives us the go-ahead to move ahead to put the project out to bid and that we could get started. We will see. We have $50,000 for sidewalk repair improvements and parking improvements. That $50,000, that's for typically looking at our city infrastructure, taking care of uplifted sidewalks where street trees and that sort of thing, funding our public facilities. The parking improvements, that's for working on some parking monitoring or removal of some parking meters and parking monitoring equipment for the parking lots. The Beta Zoo Trail we talked about, continuing to go in the design and right-of-way phase. C Street Bike Boulevard, that project will be coming back for award, I believe, at the next meeting. And we have good bids on that. We'll be moving that project ahead. Excited to see that project roll out. And then the South Entry Improvement Project. This is work that has been done to that's come in front of you previously with the monument down there at the Herrick overcrossing in the Caltrans right away. Give that entry sign for Eureka. So we'll dig in on street maintenance a little bit, and hopefully we can all stay awake through this section here. Nudge me awake if I start to fall asleep. Here is a kind of a rundown of the streets we've done since 2017. If you look at the first few lines, 17-18, 18-19, 19-20, there's not a lot being done. That kind of reflects on what Director Millar's graph was showing you earlier. And then in 2021, we really see that uptick in Measure H dollars, and then you see a big swath of streets start to get that maintenance that they need. So 2020, so that this kind of just paints a picture of the volume of streets that are being rehabilitated. In this last year, you've seen Harris between Broadway and I believe A Street, and then on H Street from Harris to the South City limits at Oak Street. Myrtle Avenue slated for this year, so once they're done replacing the water main on Myrtle, we'll come in and pave after that. So it's a much needed project on Myrtle Avenue. For this coming year, after 2024, for 2025, we have, which will be going out to bid here in the next couple months, Fairfield Avenue from Henderson to Del Norte, F Street from Harris to the South City limits, Henderson from S to H, McCullens from Broadway to Utah, and Boone from Fairfield to G. That's the one I was mentioning where we have the not only the Measure H dollars, but we also have the dollars from HIP to come together to really put together a nice project. we're also participating in a regional project with the county and the other regional agencies, other cities, to do a residential slurry seal. We'll be targeting a neighborhood with doing some repair on some streets that are in general good condition, where we can when we can slurry seal those and keep them in good condition for quite some time. You also find in your CIP a list of the next 4 years after this coming year. So you can see what streets are planned in the next 4 years. This is always subject to change. It seems like whether it's priorities or other projects coming along that we know the streets we want to do, and the question of timing always comes in depending on what other projects are out there and how we can work together with those projects to get something done before we come in and pave, so we don't have somebody coming in like say PG&E and cutting up our street before we pave it. So that's something that we continue to work on every year. This is a map that is really, I find, to be quite interesting. It's difficult to see because of the scale of it, but this kind of shows projects that have been completed throughout in the city geographically, so you can see, hey, what have we completed, and then what are we planning in the next 5 years. I couldn't fit it on one graphic that you could actually see, so I broke it up into 3. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it, but this map is available if you'd like to take a look at it. It kind of looks like like an interesting piece of artwork, but it does provide a lot of information. And again, if you kind of want to see what's been done, where those other streets that are coming and what years they're coming, this is a good place to take a look. Again, you can see in the green, no, that's not. Yeah, green, you can see Fairfield, Boone, the F Street section, or C Street shown on here in green because C Street will be constructed this summer, and then that F Street section south of Harris down to Oak. Oh, and then there's the very bottom. Again, it's a huge map. So moving on. And our final section here, water. We have this $1 million you see here for the water distribution system. That'll be going towards the Myrtle project. That's currently, we broke that funding up for that project over 2 years, over fiscal year 2024 and fiscal year 2025, in order to have enough dollars to do that project, given the cost of the AMR project in the last couple of years. We also mentioned earlier the Lumbar Hills backup generator and booster fire pump. That's shown here, as well as that AMR project. And we talked about wastewater at the last meeting. So with that, I'll leave you with the recommendation. Open up for questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Councilmember Castellano?
Thank you for all of your work on this, Director Willer, and thanks to all of staff and all of the other departments for their work on it as well. I have a question about adding an item to this. Is now the time to bring it up? I knew this was going to be your favorite moment. A self-cleaning public washroom. I would like to add to sometime in year 2 or 3. With it comes up a lot, like in the business community, in the larger community, and so just to say, I think this is certainly would be a council conversation, but I think it's something that could be considered in the CIP.
Thank you. Councilmember Fernandez?
I'm curious because I know just in months past, it feels like a longer time, but in months past, we've had discussions about, and particularly tonight, wastewater, but we've had discussions about the sewer laterals, and I know that the program has at least somewhat changed since we last spoke. So I'm curious, does this have any impact on that? I know it's not a direct capital improvement, but considering that we subsidized a portion of it.
No.
Okay.
It doesn't. We have Engineer Willer and I have met with the Humboldt Association of Realtors. I believe we may have another. I don't know if we have a meeting, but anyway, we discussed our path moving forward, and no, this is a part of the fee in lieu program, and the 20% is already incorporated into the rates that we cover as a part of that. So no, this isn't. Now, if there was a change in council's direction, and it was a decision to have this go into the rates, make it a part of our rate review, and make this as part of a project, you would see it as if that was to happen.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Bauer?
This is a quick question. Construction at Eureka High, the Del Norte dip there, the contractors beat that road up. Are we paying for the restoration of that roadway?
No, they have a large section there that they're gonna have to repave because they've hit it hard. We do have a section planned in the out years. I can't remember which one it is. If it's 2 or 3 years out, maybe 2 years out of a portion of that. Unfortunately, it just doesn't line up with trying to get something to work with them. But yeah, fixing the upper portion, I guess, right adjacent to the high school before you go down into the dip, and then they're going to have to take care of their section down there. So 100%, yes.
That's good news. So I just have a quick question about the streets. So I'm curious. So we've been making a lot of progress on our streets, which is really exciting for the city. Are there many streets left that have to be completely redone? Completely, torn up and laid?
Yeah, that's a good question. I know it's come up before. While it's difficult to go look at every street, we do have PCI indices that were generated when we did a joint project with HCOG. So those are pavement condition indexes. So you can look and kind of see what's the general number of, what's the number for the street? Is it look that bad? And the two spots that we hit that were really bad, we've kind of hit, which is down at the second Y to T. That zone down there was, we had to do some significant rebuilding of the roadway structure, down 3 feet deep and build it back up so that it would hold up. And then in Old Town, basically the closer you get to the bay, the more you're getting into those really those unconsolidated soils. So I'm not answering your question very directly, Mayor. So the question, I think we've gotten through a lot of it. A lot of what we're looking at and planning in the next 5 years is very much grind in inlays or in some cases overlays. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of spots that we can do those. But we've seemed to have reduced those major rebuilds where you have to go down into the subgrade by quite a bit. There's definitely still a couple that we're probably going to have to grind out the majority of the pavement and repave it, but it's not like a full base and subgrade rebuild.
Great. Thank you. That's great news. Okay, if there are no further questions, we can open this item up for public comment. Is anyone here to comment on the CIP? Hi.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were. Sorry. So this involves the street thing that was just covered, right?
Yeah, just what we were just talking about. Yes.
I would just like to make a comment. One of my friends 2 years ago was hit by a driver on the streets, and I just wanted to make the case that walking around these streets, they're not safe. Even just going in and out of your car, you have to time it and stuff like that. And normally when there's an incident like this, you can put the blame on somebody texting or driving or being under the influence. But in this case, the person had a stroke whilst driving, veered off the road, killed them and their dog, injured somebody else. And I just want to make the case that walking around in the streets is more dangerous than being a police officer. The death rate for these kind of things is insane. And I think that should be considered in these things of somehow making the streets more safe. You can't make a turn without having to stick your nose out and stuff like that. So that's just a small note, but important, I thought. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Do you see anybody on Zoom?
I see no one on Zoom.
Okay, and this is just a report, so we're just going to receive it. Is that correct? Do we have to vote? Councilmember Bauer.
I'll make a motion to receive the report and adopt the City of Eureka Capital Improvement Program 2025.
I'd like to make a friendly amendment to include a self-cleaning public washroom in years 2 and 3. Would you entertain that?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty vague. I mean, I get the concept, but are we talking about we're just going to do it, or are we going to get an estimate, figure out how it fits within the budget and all that.
Yeah.
Sure. Of course.
Cool.
So, direction would be, and I don't know, Bob is on right now, can maybe help with this, our city clerk, Powell. It seems to me that this would be more of a direction maybe for future agenda items to say that we come back with an analysis of what that looks like and then maybe be added after that, or I can go either way. What Scott said was a little bit, what Councilmember Bauer said was a little bit different than what Councilmember Castellano was saying.
Sure. So my apologies. I can't seem to find my command to show my face. But anyway, if you can hear me, that's probably good enough.
We can hear you, Bob.
So, I think the council can have it either way. I think it's within their prerogative to amend the capital improvement program. That gets a little complicated because a source of funds needs to be identified probably if you're going to add a significant capital item that could either come from a reduction of other activity within the plan or the addition of some other legitimate funding source like general funds or whatever. This could also be put forward as a directive to include the project that Councilmember Castellano specified in next year's general plan capital improvement update. And since she put it out into years 2 and 3, that might make a lot of sense because then staff would have every opportunity to address the source of funding and the rebalancing, if necessary, of other projects within the capital improvement program.
I will amend my friendly amendment to include it in the capital CIP update forthcoming for 2027, 26, 27.
I support that.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
4 yes votes, Councilmember Contreras Deloche absent. Motion carries.
Great. And before we move on to our next item, it is 10:24. So we will need to extend the meeting in 6 minutes. So we should probably just do it now.
I'll move that we extend the meeting to 11 o'clock. Should that be enough time for one?
Second.
Well, we have that. So just so you're aware, we have that. We have and we have a lot of public comment, probably at least 30 minutes of public comment.
We have 7 speakers identified on Zoom that had raised their hand, and a couple.
We had 2 in the audience.
Yes.
Could we just say 11:30 then, Councilmember Bauer?
Yes,
okay.
That's a good idea.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Vote, please.
4 yes votes, Councilmember Contreras Deloche absent. Motion carries.
Great. And with that, we'll move on to our general fund 5-year financial forecast with Director Millar.
Good evening. Tonight's report is focused on the general fund and looking out 5 years, beginning with fiscal year 25-26. So tonight's presentation will begin with revenues. We'll look at the different types of revenues within the general fund, the assumptions behind the forecast, and then a forecast by type. Next, we'll move into expenditures. Again, we'll look at the composition of the general fund expenditures, the assumptions behind the forecast, and then again, a total by expenditure type. The next section is focused on fund balance. This includes a look at net revenues and fund balance as a percentage of expenditures. And then the final section is about pension management. We'll look at a CalPERS Fresh Start option and how that would impact fund balance. So revenues by type. So when we're looking at the general fund, we have a number of different categories, but there is one that sticks out, and that is obviously taxes. This makes up almost 90% of the general fund revenues. Taxes are discretionary, meaning that we can spend the money as we choose. Unlike water or wastewater revenues, where those monies have to go back into those systems. When we're looking at assumptions behind how we forecast tax revenues, we rely on a company called HDL. HDL works with most of the municipalities up here. They provide forecasting models that look at sales tax, property tax, as well as this third revenue stream. It's called VLF, or Vehicle License Fee in Lieu. Back in 2004, the state decided to take away vehicle license fees from cities and gave them a equal portion of property tax. This revenue stream is reported in the intergovernmental category because it comes from the state, but it makes up essentially 90% of that category. So with HDL's help, essentially they're providing me with the growth outlook for the majority of our general fund revenues. These other categories making up the remainder. Essentially what I did here was I calculated a growth rate based off of future salary and benefit increases as well as inflation. I took an average because typically these revenues are correlated with changes on the expenditure side, especially with charges for services. That category is where we're recouping costs of providing that service. So as salaries go up, those fees go up. There's a lot of numbers right here, but I would like everyone to essentially pay attention to the bottom line. We're showing a estimate of about 42.3 million for fiscal year 25-26. And then 5 years later, we anticipate growth of the bottom line to about 47 million. What's important when we're looking at 5-year plans are these growth rates. You can see that on average, we expect revenue growth to be about 2.6% over the next 5 years. The main driver of this growth is coming from that taxes category. Next, we have expenditures by type. So there are more expenditure categories than revenues, but I will not be going over every category. As you can see, some of those slices are very minimal. We're going to focus on a handful, beginning with salaries and benefits. Salaries and benefits at times can be easy to forecast. That's because we have contracts with employee unions that essentially spell out pay increases. Salary increases really drive most of the benefit increases. They typically follow each other in terms of growth rates. The one or there are two items that don't typically follow salary growth, and that is health insurance, as well as the payments we make for the unfunded liability costs through CalPERS. Based on these contracts and what I foresee as a potential extension of these contracts, I believe that 3% is a good estimate when we're looking at growth in this category. The next section is outside services. Essentially, this is monies we pay for consultants, for electricity, for anything that has to do with something that is non-tangible or intangible. How I forecast this category is I look to the Federal Reserve. This is Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell. He works with other Federal Reserve members to set interest rates. And the purpose of setting interest rates is for two reasons. One is to minimize inflation, and the other one is to maximize employment. So they are hyper-focused on what inflation is doing. They use what is called the PCE inflation. It's different from CPI, but essentially it captures growth for both goods and services. They update this information every quarter. I believe it's one of the better ways to forecast any costs associated with goods and services. I just want to point out that in this category, we include Humboldt Bay Fire. They are a contract for services. They make up about 80% of this category. I do not use that inflation data to forecast Humboldt Bay Fire. But for these other categories like electricity or merchant card fees, I'm going to use the numbers provided by the Federal Reserve. Cost allocation. So another word for cost allocation is overhead. Every department has these line items. They represent costs coming from administration, from equipment operations, risk management, IT, and facility operations. What I do here is because every one of these represents a fund or a cost center, I apply these growth assumptions to each of these funds, and that gives me an individual growth rate that I apply to these line items. Some of these funds or cost centers are mainly salaries and benefits. Other ones are mainly services, such as risk management. That represents the premiums we pay for both workers' comp and liability insurance. And then the final section is our transfers. So this represents the monies we dedicate towards infrastructure, and then a small portion goes to the harbor fund to keep that budget balanced. Since I went over this section earlier in the meeting, I'm just gonna move ahead. So again, here are all the different expenditure categories, and looking out 5 years. So you'll notice at the bottom, we are expecting growth rates between or less than 2% to greater than 3%. If you can remember the revenue slide, you can tell that in some cases revenue is growing faster than expenditures, but in other cases that's not happening. So when we pair together our revenues and expenditures for the next 5 years, you can see that we are projecting essentially a structural deficit. So when you look at the bottom of the slide or the schedule, you see fund balance represented as a percentage of expenditures. The reason I display this ratio is because we have a policy that recommends that we keep our fund balance at 25% of general fund expenditures. Unfortunately, we're on a track to go below that recommended ratio. If this forecast is correct, we are expected to lose about 2.4 million in fund balance. But the good news is that we have a strategy or a way that we can essentially turn the ship around. CalPERS offers a option reestablishing the schedule of unfunded liability payments. They call this a fresh start. So this graph represents the monies that we will have to pay CalPERS over the next 10 years for the unfunded liability payment. So in fiscal year 25-26, we expect that total to be about 6.7 million, and for that number to increase by about 1.5 million between now and fiscal year 30-31. What we can do is instead of capturing savings in a decade from now or 15 years from now, we can reestablish the schedule and essentially make it go flat. What that would do is it would delay savings, but it would have a positive impact on the general fund's bottom line. I will note that this will not increase costs. This will actually save interest costs over time. You're just rearranging essentially how much you pay per year. You're, instead of having these different layers of, I'm sorry, this is hard to describe, but so every year CalPERS makes a return, and if that return is better than their benchmark, then it essentially reduces your unfunded liability costs, but that doesn't get implemented for 3 years, and then it gets ramped up and ramped down. So what we would do is we would take those gains and those losses and we would collapse them into one another. And what that does is it results in this flat line. By utilizing Fresh Start, we would have to pay some upfront costs next fiscal year. We would take the deficit from about 660,000 in the red to over $1 million. But by the end of the 5-year period, we would be showing a surplus again. In this case, upwards of $500,000. If that was the case, we could adjust that streets policy. The better news is that the impact on fund balance would be minimal. Between 25-26 and fiscal year 29-30, we would lose roughly $400,000, and we would keep that fund or that ratio just below our threshold of 25%. We can get the Fresh Start option completed by the end of the fiscal year and get it started as soon as fiscal year 25-26. If that is an option everyone is comfortable with, I'd like to pursue it because it would keep the bottom line healthy, assuming no negative economic impacts in the future. Any questions?
So do we have any questions? Councilmember Castellano?
Is this Fresh Start program new for CalPERS?
No.
No, okay. And the first year loss, is that because of a buying into it process, or?
It's because I'm not sure if I could explain this. A small portion, roughly 150,000, would be required for one of the plans. And let me add that this strategy would be used for the city as well as Humboldt Bay Fire. So the safety plan for the police, we would have to dedicate a one-time payment to ensure that our interest savings are enough to achieve the new schedule. The other increase would have to do with the fact that by the time we get it done, you're going to have to commit to a higher dollar value than we would have committed to if we did nothing. And I can provide more information when we, or if we decide to go in that direction.
Okay. And you're recommending to go in this direction?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Great.
Anything? Okay, seeing no further questions, we'll open this item up for public comment. Is there someone that would like to come up and speak on this item? Welcome back. Thanks for staying.
Hi, this is kind of like a question/comment. I'm not fully informed, but just from listening to the meetings, I know a bunch of folks have been coming and asking about CalPERS divestment. And so I was wondering how doing I forget what it's called, their CalPERS, what was it called? Sorry. I don't know if you can comment on that.
So pretty much we don't go back and forth during public comment, but we would be happy to answer questions if you wanted to send an email or call.
Okay. Well, yeah. So just I'd love to know how the
comment,
CalPERS, how doing the buyback or whatever it is would help us continue divestment. Because I know a big part of those returns is because of profiting from war. And we don't want to do that. So thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
I was going to wait on this particular topic, but I ditto exactly what she's saying. CalPERS and what the employees' percentage of salaries and all and benefits, that is part of the city budget, and the divestment matter is really, really important to a lot of people in community. And so take that into consideration. It's huge. It's huge.
Thank you. Come on up. Hi.
Hi. Yeah, I have a similar comment. There was a presentation on the CalPERS thing, and there was no comment on divestment or anything involved in that. And it would have been nice to see how that had been integrated into the council's thinking on these things, even just in considerations. As we know, things aren't very good and getting worse, and it's great to do our small part kind of thing. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Do you see anybody on Zoom? I can't see Zoom.
I see no one on Zoom.
So seeing no one on Zoom, this is just receiving a report. Do you need direction?
I think I'm good.
We're good? Okay. Thank you, Director Millar.
Thank you.
That takes us to future agenda items. Councilmember Bauer.
So we had a presentation at RCEA, I think it was last week or 2 weeks ago, I forget now. But it was about how the PG&E bill explains what you're paying, distribution versus electricity generation. It was really informative for people. I think it'd be great if they came and gave it. Wouldn't be super long, but it will help the public understand what they're paying for when they pay their electric bill. And they said they'd be happy to give it to us. So that's cool. Thank you.
Okay. So you're wanting more of a presentation?
Yeah, they would come give a presentation to us about the whole process. It's really cool.
Okay, great. We could do that during presentations. Okay, City Manager. Oh, Councilmember Fernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. I would be remiss if I didn't ask that we remove Bill 1040 from the May 20 agenda. Granted, we've had folks speak out on both sides of the issue of the bill back in March, with the council then making the determination to refer this to a committee of myself and Councilmember Contreras-Deloche, with the suggestions made from Councilmember Castellano. Sadly, Councilmember Contreras-Deloche and myself were only granted the opportunity to meet once with staff before the council decided to reject that process and bring the bill back on the May 20th agenda. For me, this flies in the face of any sort of community building or community-driven process. The fact that we've taken input in the form of charrettes about Old Town and the development of our waterfront plan, it smacks in the face of robber baron mentality that places commercial development over community development and humane treatment. This doesn't come from our board on community oversight on police practices, let alone the fact that they've been consulted. We've heard from folks tonight, none of which said absolutely not. Rather, it's been more a tenor of bring me in on these conversations or those with experience into the discussion. And so I'm asking that we remove Bill 1040 from the May 20 agenda and instead refer it back to its original committee with a time set for September 16th for this larger council. Yes.
My understanding is that the ad hoc committee was convened to talk about a sanctioned campground.
We also had some other items that were added on that, and I think
Rather
we could
than
look
the
back at
content of the
the
ordinance.
discussion, but my understanding was that it was to discuss authorized encampments. The ordinance itself was not a part of that direction related to the authorized encampments.
So the committee is not addressing the content of the ordinance itself. It's addressing the feasibility of an authorized encampment.
That sounds like it, yes. But
So
we're
why
going to
would
put
we-
so we're going to authorize potentially this bill, this ordinance, before we've even had a community-driven process about how potentially where to have designated encampments. So we're saying then, in effect, you can't be here and you can't be over there. So I'd given my thumbs up.
So
So once again, the mayor would break the tie.
So once again, the mayor would like to say that regardless if this passes or doesn't pass, this discussion needs to happen. So I vote, what would that be? No.
Okay, then the alternative to that is that we hold our next council meeting at the Adorney Center. Because I suspect that there's going to be a turnout one way or another. Yeah.
Capacity-wise, we can manage that. The issue with the Adorney Center is the transparency and the ability to do Zoom and the accommodations for Zoom. I don't know what the time frame would be for Access Humboldt. In order to do that, I'm not saying that we can't, but it's definitely going to be an issue. I don't think we've ever held a public meeting over Zoom at the Adorney Center.
Correct. Zoom would not be an option. Access Humboldt has the capability. There's a cost to set up. We did it for the transfer of Tulawatt, but no, I don't see a way to do Zoom.
I'm sorry then, because I would be looking for a venue larger than the, what is that?
So
140.
Well, so we do have the accommodation for that. So what we did at the previous meeting, I know you weren't here, Councilmember Fernandez, but what we've done in the past and what we did at the previous meeting is we allow for this to get to capacity. The fire marshal monitors that, and then we do overflow into 207. And at the last meeting, it was enough to accommodate the folks. If that gets to capacity, we'd likely do something where, people comment and come and go. I don't know what that looks like, City Clerk.
Correct. I believe as people left the chambers, others came up. They also staged possibly in the lobby. I wasn't down there, but I heard reports that was how they funneled into the chambers.
So yeah, last time I believe I didn't count specifically, but my guesstimation was about 170 total in person, as well as who was ever online. We were able to accommodate that just in the two facilities here. Whether that gets bigger, I have no idea. I have not experienced in the 20 years of not being able to accommodate very large crowds or public.
Okay. Well, then the secondary to that, then I would ask that this be remanded to a special meeting within the same week. Because again, I feel like this is going to interfere with other business as usual.
That would be a council vote again.
I need to check on ordinances.
That's true.
I don't know if they can be introduced at a special meeting. I believe they can't be I need to check the EMC. So just a moment while I do that.
Thank you.
City Attorney Black, you wouldn't know off the top of your brilliant mind, would you?
We could have saved Pam the trip.
Sorry, I did discover how to turn on my camera. But as far as on
We
my,
see your shirt.
my I wasn't expecting to be called upon, but as far as knowing off the top of my head what the matter is that city clerk is referring to, whether or not an ordinance can be introduced at a special meeting.
Correct.
I don't know. I haven't been asked that before, and I'd have to take a look.
Okay. City Attorney
And,
Powell City Clerk Powell will look into that.
She's already doing so, so we'll call her the Assistant City Attorney for tonight.
Did you have something to say, Leslie?
Yeah, I just want to say,
Castellano?
I feel confident that, I mean, you know, my opinion on this matter has been expressed, but, you know, given the light of the process we're in now, that staff can adjust the length of other things on the agenda to, you know, address this.
Yeah, this is why we have somewhat of a hefty meeting, this meeting here. We did have plans at the 20th meeting to put forward a public hearing related to the financial statement for the lease bonds, but we've spoken since then to clear that and not have that as a part of that meeting right now. Other than consent items that are typically routine, the camping ordinance is the only thing on the May 20th meeting.
And I have a meeting in Sacramento the next day, so a special meeting wouldn't work for me, personally.
Okay, so
Are we saying that we don't need an answer to that question? And we're okay. I think if Pam needs to know something, I can fill her in. So yes, we can proceed, unless obviously any other future agenda items.
any other future agenda items? Okay, we will move on to city manager reports.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'll keep this real brief. Two things related to projects and one programming. They brought up in the CIP the Crowley property, formerly known as Betty's trailer project. We had every intention of having people moving in. We had an issue with the concrete work. Contractor have to leave. Needless to say, we have all of the units in place. The concrete contractor's out this week, should be done by the end of this week. And then when that's done, we do the electrical within the next 2 weeks. We should have folks moving in there. We still have our waiting list, and we'll start moving people in there. We're going to be executing the contract with Betty, likely either by the end of this week, early next week, have that in place. It'll be a very low barrier. It'll follow housing first principles, just like all of our housing programs and our rapid rehousing program, of which we've housed over 250 people over the past 2 years, and also recently started a prevention program that we've been preventing people from experiencing homelessness as well. Along those same lines, we have a pathway to payday this week. We're doing that on a quarterly basis now. It's extremely successful. I want to thank our Uplift staff for the work that they do. We had over 80 applicants this round, and we have over 24 participating in this. The program continues to have a 95% success rate, and we're thinking that it'll continue that way. So interviews will be tomorrow for those participants, and then there'll be evaluations and certificates given on Thursday at Betty's Place. And I want to thank our Uplift staff and Betty Kwan Chin Center and their staff, as well as the county DHHS, for being a partner in that program, and it's been really successful.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Any questions for City Manager Slattery? Okay, with that, we will resume public comment, and we will start. I think we had 2 people in chambers, right, Joanne? And then come on up, and then we'll resume our Zoom.
Hi, my name's Joanne McGarry, and I'm glad I stayed around, and I'm glad I let other people speak ahead of me, because participating and listening to all that's happened during this meeting, it's been very informative for me. In the very beginning of the meeting, you talked about Bike Month and old people as, read proclamations, and I'm a bike rider and an old person, and I do look forward to taking my new e-bike across the Bay Trail from Arcata to Eureka, because I live in Arcata. But I just want to emphasize, and I'll say it again tomorrow at the HTA meeting that I go to, the Earth Center, it really needs to make sure that we have safe indoor, possibly, or just sheltered bike parking when that center is being built, and it goes along with housing too. We need to have bike parking, safe bike parking for people in their apartments that you're going to be building in the future, designing. We can't forget about, right now I have to put my e-bike into my living space, and that's unacceptable for the future in design. So just think about that. I did approach you a few meetings ago about the concept of working with the city of Arcata and becoming twin cities for peace, nonviolence, and compassion. And I think I sent you information about those international organizations, the International Cities of Peace out of Dayton, Ohio, the Nonviolent City Project, and then the Charter for Compassion. And I just really think with all the detailed information you've gotten tonight about all the things you're doing, stepping back and, looking at the big picture of what you want to be as community and what Arcata, I'm going to approach them tomorrow night again about what they want to be, really start considering if we can put the big welcome sign to Eureka and Arcata that says we're a peaceful, nonviolent, compassionate place. I think that would be wonderful. So in 48 minutes, what the discussion has been about tonight on infrastructure and housing and all these issues and the monies that are needed for all these projects, I just keep flashing on what's going on in Gaza. And I would just really like to have the city of Eureka, and I'm going to ask the city of Arcata, and I've asked the county to revisit the ceasefire resolutions that you passed and put into them some much more stronger language now about not funding what's going on over in Gaza. We need a stronger, potent, and we need to be an island of coherence in a sea of chaos, and we need to be brave. So please consider reintroducing a ceasefire resolution.
Thank you. Hello again.
So I'm a student and a resident of Eureka for the past 3 years. I spoke at the last March 18th meeting. And I'm quite surprised that you guys decided to bring this back without acknowledging any of the input. I watched the meeting on April 15th, and literally, as far as I can tell, the only input was you guys just need to market your services better. And it's not a marketing issue. It's a lack of services issue. It's not that you're not marketing it enough. It's just that it is not enough. And it kind of ties in with the, why is looking at campment not a part of the larger decriminalization of this? So separating out regulated camping and the criminalization of trying to survive are one and the same in my mind and shouldn't be separated out. And this is the second time now, Mayor, that there's been a member of the committee missing who would have voted in a certain way, and you voted against it when it's clear that it should have been shut down April 15th. It should have been shut down today, and this is the second time. So I'm questionable about that leadership there. Eureka has about 600, and according to 2019 statistics, that clearly underestimations. It's about 655 people living in the streets, which is 10 times the state average and 15 times the national average. So apparently you guys are doing a great job, but you're still at the same levels of places like LA and San Francisco, which, given that this isn't necessarily a metropolitan place like this, is kind of questionable if you are really living up to these standards. The manager made a comment, a public letter, open opinion piece, talking about the language we were using, something about misinformation and divisiveness, specifically highlighting stolen as a term that wasn't okay. Somebody takes your stuff and throws it away because it's deemed hazardous waste. To you, your stuff has been stolen. So that is not misinformation. That is genuinely how people are feeling, and it would be appreciative if you would take empathy to understand other people's perspectives instead of just calling it divisive misinformation, because that might be divisive and misinformed of you. A year ago, this stuff would have been considered cruel and unusual. And there was a Supreme Court decision that has now allowed you guys to do this. The fact that you guys have so quickly jumped on it is ridiculous. You've heard so many facts and statistics on why this is a bad thing. I'm surprised you guys haven't published your own research on why you've done it. You've just come to the table, done this thing that is contradictory to all of the literature on these things, and haven't provided any, we just looked into it and we just decided to do this, despite all of the evidence. So I'd really appreciate if you guys could actually be more transparent in your decision-making process for these things, so it's not so baffling. Okay?
Thank you. Your 3 minutes
Thank
are
you
up.
very much.
Thanks for being here. Hi there.
Hello.
Oh, I can raise that up.
Oh, yeah. Oh, nice.
Way up.
Oh, I think that's good.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, basically, I'm here to basically share my disappointment in not voting this to committee. For the 20th, I hope you guys finally take this down. Many people tonight have way more expertise than I have definitely shown that criminalizing housing or criminalizing homelessness and punishing people for not having homes is not effective. It will not fix anything. The solution of lead is a very pathetic Band-Aid to put on top of arresting people. If I'm correct, only 10 are allowed, or about that number. As the other person put it previously, there are way more houseless people than your quote-unquote charity, I guess, would be able to handle. And yeah, I just am disappointed, and I hope this finally gets shut down on the 20th. I'll see you there. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up, Nezzy. Let me lower it a little for you. Oh, that makes sounds. Sorry. It's going so slow. It's late. It's tired. There you go.
Everybody is tired. There's so much that has been said, and everyone said it very well. There's no more statistics that can be given, nothing more, except just underscoring the fact that an ordinance, as proposed, is going to criminalize people that are they don't have money, they don't have wherewithal, they're poor, they have issues, and they have no place to go. With the presentation on the capital improvements, a statement was made that a conduit was there, a channeled conduit to provide a passageway to stability. That's exactly what we need to do for people. Exactly what we need to do for people. Not use the law to make them be illegal and unsupported. And I know a diversion program might be something that could do that for them, but it is not okay to blanketly make people criminals. And I'm very sad, Mario, thank you for making the pitch to get rid of the thing. I'm very sad that we didn't do that this evening or move it to a community process where the people who are most impacted by the decisions that were being made or are being made are participating and giving us input about how we can support them and how we can create some conduits that will provide the access to stability, which is what people need, because in this country and in the California and in Humboldt County, we have simply not built housing. We have no public housing. We have nothing from being on the streets to being in affordable housing. Yes, we have some shelters, and yes, we have a few things, and yes, we have Betty's thing coming on now, but we have so many people. We do not have the infrastructure to be able to move people, and that's what we need to focus on. And however we do that is something that we should all be able to do together, and there are plenty of people who want to work on solutions and collaborate that are already doing things that want to see this kind of development. So I would encourage you to please listen and think about making other choices. The last thing I want to say is, I don't know who brought all these lovely flowers. The wisteria back there are wonderful. These are all wonderful. They make a nice setting. I wish that the decisions were being made were as nice as the feeling that the flowers give. So please, you have another opportunity coming up in a couple weeks. And I would really appreciate, I know a lot of us would appreciate, I know the people outside on the sidewalks would really appreciate not being made criminal by supporting people that are.
Thank you, Nezzy. All right, so we'll move up to public comment. Now, did you speak last time? No, I have another thing to say. We only have one opportunity during public comment, open public comment. Yeah. So it looks like, we've got one more in-house. Welcome. Thanks for staying.
I'd like to start off by saying that punitive measures never really work. We should be lifting each other up, not trying to knock each other down. I was down in Tent City, and Officer T from CSET was in there making people move their stuff. And I had asked him, what's gonna change? And he said, nothing. And I agree with him, nothing's gonna change by taking these steps. It's great that he wants them to get together, start doing things for themselves, and taking the initiative. He's got them cleaning up trash, but there's no fucking dumpster. Make that shit make sense. You guys have a real opportunity here to save face and send this to committee and involve some of us in this. And I hope you make the right decision.
Thank you. All right, so we will move on to Zoom then. It'd be better if you
Ellen? Ellen? Okay, I'll move on. Alice?
So I was just having trouble unmuting. Ellen may have been too. I'm a local teacher and have lived in this county since 1996. I feel like I have a duty to speak up about how this city is run and decisions directly impacting those that do live here, who I have daily interactions with. I'd also like to note that Eureka is not an island. There are many of us in this county that support this city without living here or owning a business, and our voices matter. We all want what is best for Eureka, to see the people and the land thriving. On that note, I have grave concerns about the most recent decision to bring back Bill 1040. In a recent city manager's column, Miles Slattery talked about his commitment to transparency and maintaining a strong relationship with all of us. In the next breath, he called Hatcher and Ahad liars, and that they have been spreading false and misleading claims about the EPD's actions toward our unhoused community. How is this maintaining a strong relationship with all of us? These two orgs have direct contact and strong relationships with the very community that is impacted most by this bill. Instead of making these claims about groups that are actively helping our unhoused community members, I would like to see him using his time making positive change, talking with our unhoused folks. Once trust is earned, they will tell you how cops harm them and how the EPD continues to uphold the system of settler colonialism needing to be dismantled. There were also several council members in the most recent meeting that took time to publicly shame community members for speaking up, our community who used their voice to bravely stand up against injustice. When I was on the city council, it was so I could listen to my constituents, not parent them. Passionate discourse is appropriate when one is feeling unseen and unheard. Hearing that you lost sleep over the way that our frustration was communicated is very telling of your priorities. I lose sleep because I see burning babies in Gaza when I close my eyes. Because young black men like DJ Lawson, who should be alive today, were murdered and their mama still receives no justice. Because indigenous women like Tawny Irving go missing and are murdered all the time, and their families receive no justice or support from this quote unquote justice system. Because my friends who immigrated here for a better life are living in fear every waking second of being deported. Because racism is so ingrained in every aspect of our society, and our friends and community are constantly targeted. Because there are unhoused community members that are being violated at night when they could be safe in their own home. I lose sleep because my students see people in the streets with no shelter and no food, and they want to turn our playground into a home for them and collect food for them. The way this bill was brought back into the agenda was not transparent. It feels sneaky, and I'm wondering where the accountability is. Please create a committee that will collaborate with our unhoused community to come together to find a real solution for the crisis. We all know that criminalizing
Thank you, Alice. Your
symptoms of
3 minutes are
systemic
up.
issues does
So
nothing
next
but
up, we have Gigi. Thank you, Alice.
Gigi?
Is that right? Yeah.
Hi, yes, it couldn't unmute. Why are we here again so soon, bringing back an ordinance that criminalizes existing in public spaces while poor? Just because the Supreme Court has ruled in favor of the Grants Pass decision doesn't mean we have to be like Grants Pass. In fact, I'd hope that Eureka wants to be absolutely nothing like Grants Pass. For those of you who may not be aware, Grants Pass residents still tout it fondly as the last sundowner town, as if this is a badge of honor. In case you're not familiar, a sundowner town is a place that is explicitly unwelcoming to Black folks by sundown. No living, no lingering, don't even visit, just keep on moving through. In fact, until 2002, Grants Pass had an official sign posted with its town welcome sign that read, "Nigger, don't let the sun come down on you here." The city archives include photos of the Ku Klux Klan marching in the city's annual parades. Many experts argue the Grants Pass case is essentially a green light for Sundowner Town 2.0. Imagine being a little Black girl traveling on a highway and being made to know that if your family were to stop in this place, that you'd be in danger. The fear, the anxiety, and the shame that just seeing a sign like that could cause the psyche of a child. Now imagine another child. She lives in a van with her mother and 2 other siblings. They're traveling. Mom's looking for work, and the van broke down in Eureka. But Eureka passed Bill 1040, and the signs are clearly posted. If they stay here, Mom risks criminal charges. So they're faced with a choice: abandon their things and carry on, not even the meager shelter they had before, or risk criminal charges. Imagine the fear of those children. Imagine their anxiety and their shame. Is this who we want to be? I ask you, City of Eureka, are you really trying to become a modern sundowner town? Is Grants Pass the model of human rights you look to for inspiration and hope to copy and implement here in Eureka? The criminalization of the unhoused will go down in history as a moral and human rights failure, a reiteration of Jim Crow segregation, and an attempted apartheid of the poor. And these ordinances will be another blemish on the history of the country and this county both, that touts its freedom and liberty while holding strong to its settler colonial, white supremacist, and imperialistic roots. If you can't or won't be a productive little capitalist, we will make sure you are a criminal instead. Please, council members, vote down Bill 1040 and do not bring it or anything like it back to this chamber. Your community has spoken again and again. This is not what we want for our city. Divest from Israel, who is committing a Holocaust. Defund the police. Fund social welfare in our own community. Land back, reparations, free Palestine.
Carpani?
Wow. Okay, I just need to say I absolutely and audaciously oppose 1040. I said it before, and I still feel the same. Only, I feel more fire in that this cannot happen. As Gigi just said, criminalizing houseless people is not helping people who are hurting. It is abdicating your responsibility to find a solution to help. I must connect your abdication of responsibility to the International Tribunal of October 22 through 25 of 2021, which met in New York City. I was present and participated in this crucial event. Indictment was brought by Black, Brown, and Indigenous people residing in the United States, charging the United States and state and local political subdivisions, that would be like you, Arcata, and Eureka, with genocide of Black, Brown, and Indigenous people in 5 charges. 1, police racism and violence. 2, mass incarceration. 3, political prisoners and prisoners of war. 4, environmental racism. 5, public health inequities. Remember that one, public health inequities. The verdict found the U.S. state and local political subdivisions guilty on all 5 charges of genocide. To find out more about that, go to spiritofmandela.org and inform yourselves about the guilty verdict. We know the homelessness frequently intersects with absence and or denial of health care, which connects it directly to charge 5 of the indictment, public health inequities. Criminalizing homeless people for being poor, homeless, and in poor health is not a solution. It's a redirect of our brothers and sisters needing help and compassion into the prison industrial complex, entering the next phase of slow genocide. A yes vote on 1040 will make each one of you complicit in genocide. How does that feel? I advise you not to do it. Instead, provide housing for people in need, not more trauma. It's cheaper, and your human will be better for it. That's all I have to say.
Guava?
Hey, I also heavily oppose Bill 1040. It's not going to help homeless people at all. It's just going to perpetuate their situation, if anything. You've already heard all the stats and all the research and all the institutions in our country who are against it. It's literally just penalizing these people's actions when they already have like a ton of problems to deal with and like a bunch of other systemic things that are against them. We need to be helping these people and not just penalizing them forever. This community, like the entirety of Humboldt County, will remember this decision if you decide to pass it, and that will weaken the trust that we have in you guys to actually make competent decisions, because it has been shown that this is not a good decision. It's like it's against the actual evidence of the situation. You guys are just making a huge mistake if you decide to pass this, and I'm disappointed that this is even being considered. That's it.
Thanks for hanging out, Guava.
Hello. As a resident in the area, who has had a lot of contact with the unhoused population, it's just really disappointing to see bills like this pop up and support that they have had in this city council. And I really think this is showing a systemic issue with how our unhoused neighbors are viewed and treated by the systems that we have, and that there is not a prioritization on their humanity and their deservingness of aid as humans and people who live here with us in this community. I want to condemn this bill that is being considered in the strongest possible way and say that you all need more humanity when you're considering options like this. And just the way that this increases the power of law enforcement to hurt people is just not what we want to see in this community. And not, I think you've heard enough about this already. Like, you've heard the overwhelming opposition to this bill and how much the community has spoken out about it. And I am honestly just disappointed to hear the infantilization and the disregard for people living here's opinions, and our orgs like Hatcher and the people out here like doing good work and helping people and building those relationships in a way that doesn't center on punishment and law enforcement and all of the ways that that harms people and perpetuates the situation, while being a completely ineffective way of actually addressing the issues that we face. This whole proposal is not a good use of resources, not a good expression of our humanity in any way. Thank you.
Is it Ellen?
Ellen P. And Mayor, this is our last one on Zoom.
Thank you for coming back to me. I wasn't able to unmute earlier. First, I want to thank everyone who spoke tonight. I also need to start by telling you, City Council, that I am a Eureka resident, even though I don't like your ideas. In fact, Scott, I live in your ward. I'm fortunate to own my own home in Ward 4. My husband and I work in Ward 4. We are raising our family here. We use Eureka's trails. We go to the parks. We shop in Old Town. I really, really live here, Kim. Scott, at the April 15th council meeting, you made comments that shocked me. You said you were dismayed that you had not, quote, interrupted public comment regarding the proposed camping ordinance at the previous meeting. Let me repeat. A democratically elected city official stated on the record that he wished he had stopped public comment on an agenda item. This strikes me as astoundingly undemocratic, and I took your comments personally because I was almost certainly one of the commenters you disapproved of. You said, quote, "These discourteous people must not live or work in this city." But as I explained, I do both. I was critical of the proposed ordinance because I read it carefully, as an engaged citizen should do, and I provided comments based on my thoughtful review. It had typos in it, for God's sake. You also heard from many people who would be directly affected by this ordinance, currently and previously unhoused folks, community members who work directly with unhoused folks, local activists, and other deeply concerned and engaged community members. All of us who spoke at that meeting sacrificed our time, our family dinners, our rest, just like we've done again tonight, to make sure our voices were heard, and you expressed regret that we were allowed to do that. Tonight, once again, you have deeply informed members of the public, explaining to you exactly why this ordinance is a bad idea and what has been proven to work to address this issue at the root. We are telling you what we want you to do. I also have to address the fact that in your comments on April 15th, you used eugenicist and infantilizing language about people with mental illnesses.
Ellen, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you need to be addressing the whole council. I probably should have stopped you sooner.
Well, you should
not
have
just
stopped
individual.
Scott Bauer when he was using this language. He said he referred to folks who, quote, do not have the faculties to help themselves. And I spoke to this previously when I pointed out that the city manager's agenda summary of the ordinance was in lockstep alignment with RFK Jr., a Trump cabinet member who is an outspoken eugenicist and an anti-science activist. RFK Jr. has said that we should put people with a diagnosed mental illness and who take antidepressants into concentration camps. You all also are proposing that we incarcerate such people. Certainly you must be aware of a certain fascist regime from the 20th century that also started their takeover by targeting the disabled before moving on to other vulnerable groups. That is what your comments reminded me of, you and Kim. Frankly, I thought my city council was better than this.
Thank you, Ellen. I gave you a couple extra seconds because I interrupted you, but I appreciate you being here. So with that, we're going to close public comment. Thank you all that hung out this late evening. And we will take it back to council reports. Or we could, if we want to extend the meeting, or we could make a motion to table council reports. I leave it to you.
I'll move to table council reports.
I'll second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
4 yes votes. Councilmember Contreras Deloche absent. Motion carries.
Thank you. There is one announcement I do need to make, though. It's time sensitive. Tomorrow, I just want to remind our community that tomorrow morning at the county courthouse in courtroom 1 at 10:15 a.m., they will be discussing releasing a sexual predator back into our community. And I just want people to be aware of that. A lot of people went 2 years ago when they tried to release Thomas Cooley into our community. So if that's something that's interesting to you that you don't, I'm just announcing it. That's all. We're adjourned.